Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. Reborn as a turtle and evolved from the Underworld. Chapter 31. Oh, what kind of magical power? Qin Yi cast a curious look. Odor. Xiaobai is still as big as 2 palms, and it is very difficult for her to grow bigger. She was talking and crawling around in front of Qin Yi. Be precise, Qin Yi said. I secrete a unique smell. Everywhere I pass by, the smell lingers. Xiaobai jumped up and landed on Qin Yi's nose. What's more important is that anything touched by my scent can be detected by me, she said proudly. No distance limit. Qin Yi was shocked. Well, there is no distance limit. Just touch my scent, no matter what it is. Anyway, I can sense the existence of this object. Xiaobai smiled proudly, seeing the boss so shocked. She felt completely safe, because this proves that her value has become higher in the eyes of the boss. Then the boss will not abandon her in the future. Similar to your spider silk, but even more powerful than spider silk. Qin Yi smiled faintly and looked at Xiaobai with eyes that became softer and softer. No matter where you go from now on, you must leave a scent as a warning. If you find anything unusual, let me know. When Qin Yi raised his head, the little white on his nose made an ouch and was lifted up. Yes, boss, Xiaobai said softly. Come inside me and let's go find something to eat. If there are any rare treasures, they are all yours. Qin Yi smiled. He doesn't need exotic treasures. That stuff is rare. It's not as real as eating a lot of the same type of food. I knew the boss was the best to me. Xiaobai thought so and got into Qin Yi's turtle shell. Let's go. Make some food. Qin Yi whined, turned around and started to get away. However, the moment he turned around, he was startled. I saw ahead, deep in the plain, a large white wave coming. What the hell? Qin Yi stood up, raised his head, and stared with squinted eyes. He saw clearly. That big white wave. It turned out to be an army of bones. They chased after him in a daze. These things are so smart. I'm at least 10,000 miles away from them, right? It should be, right? These guys were so determined that they chased after them. Qin Yi's face darkened, and immediately a look of anger appeared on his face. I really think he is so easy to mess with. To be so persistent in pursuit. Then don't blame him for being cruel. Just in time for dinner. As soon as Qin Yi's turtle shell rolled, he rushed towards the army of bones. Boom, boom. There are armies of bones, jackals, tigers and leopards, bulls, demons and sheep, wild lions and violent bears. They ran wildly across the plains, causing the earth to tremble. The momentum is huge and unstoppable. But in front of them, there was a giant turtle rolling towards them. Roar! The bone army discovered the giant turtle. They roared and rushed faster. There is a strong tendency to engulf the giant turtle in the army. Probably more than 10,000. Most of the people in the mid-level stage 1 to 6 are strong. A small number of them are 7, 8 and 9 sections. Qin Yi rolled towards the army of bones and at the same time activated his perception ability again. After collecting the information, he felt at ease. No more words. Super acceleration. Call out. 10 meters high, a huge turtle shell as big as a 6 or 7-story building. It suddenly accelerated, rumbled, and crashed directly into the army of bones as if it was about to smash everything. Boom! The army of bones was hit hard instantly. He was directly hit by the turtle shell and was shattered into pieces, with bones and debris all over the floor. Turtle shell is almost invincible. Wherever he passed, the ground was full of broken bones. No bone can stop him. After all, he is also a mid-level 8th level player. Plus it has evolved many times. The defensive power of the turtle shell is extremely high. Even if you stand here and let a group of intermediate 9th level experts attack you, there is no way to break his defense. What's more, only a small part of this army of bones are in the intermediate 9th level. Boom, boom, boom. After the giant turtle rushed into the army of bones, its momentum continued unabated. Suddenly, he rushed from the front row of the skeleton army to the back row. It was crushed straight over. Then, Qin Yi changed direction. Then he rushed from the back row to the front row. Back and forth dozens of times. Directly crushed this army of bones completely. It was also at this time that Qin Yi stopped and discovered a problem. These bones are not very intelligent. Even if I destroy them all, they don't know how to escape. Qin Yi narrowed his eyes and his heart became hot. He looked at the bones and corpses here and had another thought. This time I have to save 80,000 evolution points before I can evolve. It's definitely not enough to just eat the bones in front of you. Qin Yi thought so, but his movements were not slow. Activate the greedy mouth. He opened his mouth and swallowed all the bones on the ground, including the earth's skin. Swallowing the bones of the 9th stage blood wolf, evolution value plus 0.1. Swallow a section of the middle level ghost tiger skeleton, evolution value plus 0.2. Swallowing the 2nd stage black snake bones in the middle stage, evolution value plus 0.3. Swallowing the skeleton of an intermediate level 7 black bear, evolution value plus 0.8. Swallowing the bones of the mid-level 9 stage golden snake, evolution value plus 1. As my strength becomes stronger, the evolution value given by devouring such bones will decrease accordingly. Qin Yi opened his mouth wide and swallowed the bones continuously. He felt very calm because this was expected. After a while, Qin Yi stopped eating. All the bones and remains in front of him were swallowed up by him. I have accumulated about 4,000 evolution points. Qin Yi thought. The distance is 80,000 evolution points. Not enough, far from enough. He looked up into the distance. The black plain is so vast that there is no end in sight. On the ground, 1 or 2 skeletons would appear from time to time. I am definitely not short of food. As long as you have the patience, you can search the plains for bones to eat. One day, I will be able to save up to 80,000 evolution points. But this is too time-consuming. Qin Yi licked his lips. This army of bones was delivered to his door by himself, allowing him to taste the sweetness. In addition, these guys are not very intelligent and are easy to deal with. That would be better. How about I go to the depths of the plain and draw out another wave of bones? Qin Yi murmured. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Rather than looking for bones slowly on the plains, it would be better to directly lead out an army of bones, then destroy them, and finally eat them all at once. Of course, Qin Yeji was also a little worried. Who knows what else exists deep in the plains? What if he passes by, makes some big noise, and gets into trouble? That would be great fun. It's better to go there and think of it as collecting information about the plains. And it's still unclear whether there is an army of bones deep in the plains. Qin Yi thought for a while and finally decided to go there again. Well, not to cause trouble. Just to see what else lies deep in the plains. Is there still an army of bones? After Qin Yi convinced himself, he activated the super acceleration skill again and rushed into the depths of the plain. Qin Yi was very cautious this time. When he reached the depths of the plain and saw the yin qi turning into mist in front of him again, he stopped. Last time, he didn't know what was going on and rushed in directly, which led to an army of bones. There is no need to be reckless this time. He stood outside the area where the yin objects turned into fog, looking into the fog. The fog was dense, dark, and silent. There seemed to be no living creatures. Qin Yi hesitated for a moment and lightly stamped his foot. No skills are activated, just rely on your own gravity to stomp. Boom! A muffled sound exploded from Qin Yi's feet. In this dead and deep plain, the sound spreads far away. After a while, just when Qin Yi couldn't hold it any longer and wanted to enter the area where yin qi turned into mist, Qin Yi, who had always activated his perception skills, suddenly widened his eyes. Coming, another army of bones. The number is about 10,000, which is pretty much the same as the previous batch. Well, the overall strength is similar to the previous batch. Qin Yi was extremely pleasantly surprised, and his perception skills helped him collect a lot of key information. He made a quick decision, turned around and ran away. Xiaobai, leave the smell. After Qin Yi finished speaking, he started super acceleration and ran back instantly. In an instant, he was far away from the area where the yin objects turned into mist. Boss, there are a lot of bones chasing us. Although I'm far away from you, I'm still chasing you. Xiaobai activated his innate magical power and sensed through the smell that an army of bones was coming. Well done. Qin Yi smiled. It seems that his guess was correct. In the area where the yin qi turns into mist, there is also an army of bones. After hearing the sound of his stamping feet, he was alerted and chased him. It seems that there will be something good to eat in the future. Qin Yi was so excited that his speed became faster. He is bold and careful. After seducing the army of bones, I never thought of killing in the Yin-Chi mist area. If more armies of bones are attracted, things will be difficult to control. Therefore, he wanted to draw out the army of bones in a small wave. The area far away from the Yin-Chi mist is slowly being suppressed. Boss, they are still chasing you. Xiaobai always reports information about the bone army. Continue to sense, if there is any abnormal situation, please report it at any time. Qin Yi said seriously. He was too far away from the army of bones and could not detect it with his own perception skills. At this time, Xiaobai's innate magical power becomes extremely important. Yes, Xiaobai said seriously. Boom. Qin Yi ran very fast. As soon as the skill was activated and the turtle shell rolled, he could reach 10,000 meters in an instant. After an hour, he once again returned to the place where he strangled the last wave of bones. At this time, Qin Yi did nothing and lay down on the spot to rest. 2 hours later, boss, they are coming. Xiaobai spoke up and woke up Qin Yi from his nap. Qin Yi raised his head and looked at the plain ahead, only to see a white wave rushing towards here. Start cooking. Qin Yi licked his lips, rolled the turtle shell, and rushed towards the army of bones. This time, it's the same as last time. With full firepower, his shell rolled, he rushed directly into the army of bones. With the force of destruction, this army of bones was completely crushed into dregs. Crash! Qin Yi opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the bones and debris on the ground. The evolution value has surged again. Not bad, I have saved more than 4,000 evolution points. The evolution value I have accumulated now is close to 9,000. Qin Yi glanced at the evolution panel, his eyes growing hotter. Taste the sweetness again. He felt more and more that this method of eliciting the roar of the army of bones and harvesting them in a wave was right. Continue. Without saying a word, Qin Yi rolled his turtle shell again and headed straight into the depths of the black plain. After a while, he came to the area where the Yin-Chi turned into mist again. Qin Yi repeated his old tricks and once again led to an army of bones. Hey, something's wrong. The army of bones brought out this time has slightly increased, about 20,000. The overall strength is still similar to the previous 2 batches. Most of them are in intermediate stages 1 to 6. It's still within control. After the perception skills obtain this information, Qin Yi breathed a sigh of relief and took action again. The turtle shell rolled. He just ran away. Behind him, the army of bones was chasing him as usual. Its final result, same as before. After the bone army was lured out, it was immediately destroyed by the Qin Yi group and then devoured. An evolutionary value close to 8,000 points. In addition to the previous evolution value of nearly 9,000. I now have 17,000 evolution points. It's so cool. Qin Yi licked his lips and continued to act. Time passed by as he harvested the army of bones one after another. 2 days later, Qin Yi was lying in a huge pit. Open the evolution panel. Race: Extreme Yin Giant Bone Turtle. Realm: Intermediate Stage 8. Skills: Sprint, Bite, Perception, Grass Shield, Rolling, Shockwave, Bone Spur, Greedy Mouth, Ground Spur, Super Acceleration. Talent: Color Change, Shock. Evolution Value: 80,000 80,000ths. The evolution points are full. Qin Yi chuckled. At this time, the evolution prompt pop-up box appears. Would you choose to evolve? Qin Yi chose yes. Xiaobai has been driven away by him, and the evolution value does not need to worry about her safety. Evolving. After a while, Qin Yi opened his eyes. This evolution was beyond his expectation. In addition to the size increasing to 15 meters. There is no change in appearance. There is no skip in strength. It's just a breakthrough from the intermediate 8th level to the intermediate 9th level. The only thing he is happy about is that he has acquired new skills. Race: Extreme Yin Giant Bone Turtle. Realm: Intermediate Stage 9. Skills: Sprint, Bite, Perception, Grass Shield, Rolling, Shockwave, Bone Spur, Greedy Mouth, Ground Spur, Super Acceleration, Forced Steering. Talent: Color Change, Shock. Evolution Value: 100,000. Hey, the new skill is Forced Steering. Qin Yi was surprised, with joy in his eyes. Just by looking at the skill name, he knew what the skill's effect was. This skill is quite useful to him. As a giant turtle that often rolls its shell. What is the most uncomfortable thing? That is naturally to control the direction of scrolling. Especially when the scrolling speed is full and the fastest. With a slight deviation, the turtle shell ran in the other direction. With this thing, I should be able to force a 90-degree turn while rolling at high speed. The more Qin thought about it, the more excited he became, and he couldn't help but use it. Activate super acceleration. Call out. After the turtle shell skidded in place for dozens of times, it rushed out and turned into an afterimage. In an instant, he rushed out 10,000 meters. It's now. Suddenly, Qin activated a new skill, forced steering. An outrageous scene occurred. Turtle shell was on the plane, sprinting in a straight line so fast that a sonic boom sounded. But the next moment, the turtle shell turned strangely 90 degrees. During this period, there was no drift, no loss of speed, and no physical discomfort. He just continued to roll in the 90-degree direction. Awesome. Qin laughed, but felt that this thing was really outrageous. He fell in love with this skill more and more. Boss, are you still going to seduce the army of bones? At this time, Xiaobai came over. She was not surprised to see the boss grow to 15 meters. Already accustomed to it. Moreover, when the boss becomes bigger, it means that the boss becomes stronger. This is a good thing for her. Go. Qin smiled faintly. To evolve next, 100,000 evolution points are needed. You need to seduce more armies of bones to accumulate it. Let's go. Qin said. Xiaobai got into Qin turtle shell. Rumble. The turtle's shell rolled, and it ran wildly on the plane, heading straight into the depths of the plane. Continue to devour bones and evolve again. My appearance should not change. Qin was thinking while scrolling. After this evolution, he judged a lot of information. The evolution points accumulated by eating the same type of food will be used after evolution. Appearance will not change. For example, he ate white bones and evolved into a giant bone turtle. If you eat bones again, you will evolve again and your appearance will not change. At most, it means that the body size becomes larger. The previous evolution is an example. One more thing, the higher the level, the slower my breakthrough speed will be. Before, I skipped sections casually because my level was low, but now, my level is high. Then next, my strength may not allow me to skip sections casually. Unless, I can eat some incredibly nutritious food. Qin didn't find it difficult. Although as he gets stronger, the nutritional value of the bone army becomes less and less. But at least you can eat it and save evolution points. This is critical. If he has something to eat, he is already very satisfied. As for whether it tastes good or not, and whether it has high nutritional value or not, these are not his considerations. Boss, we're here, Xiaobai reminded him loudly. Qin came to his senses and immediately slowed down. Stretch out your head and take a look. Ahead is the area where yin qi turns into mist. Qin stamped his feet as usual and made a sound. After a while, a rumbling sound came from the area where the yin qi turned into mist. The army of bones is coming. The number is around 50,000. Most of their strengths are above the 6th level of the intermediate level. Well, it's still within control. Qin used his perception skills to collect the information, then turned around and ran away. Yes, in the past few days, he has continued to seduce the army of bones from the area where yin objects turned into mist. And with every wave of seduction, the army of bones drawn out will increase in number. Even the strength of the bone army is increasing. Fortunately, this is all within Qin control. Boss, the army of bones is still chasing us. There is nothing abnormal. Xiaobai senses the smell and determines the situation of the army of bones behind him. Keep it up, Qin said calmly. The 10,000 Bones Mountains and the Black Palace. The Ghost Spider Girl is practicing. The black and white fox slowly walked towards the Ghost Spider Girl. As the head of the bodyguard, when the commander is practicing. She is basically managing everything outside. Commander. The black and white fox said softly. What's wrong? The Ghost Spider Girl opened her eyes from her cultivation state, feeling a little unhappy. Is it time, Commander, to send his personal guards to the Black Plains to see Qin? The black and white fox said worriedly. The ghost spider girl said nothing and frowned slightly. Commander, there must be no chaos in the Black Plains. This matter cannot be taken lightly. After all, there is a tomb of 10,000 bones deep in the plains. There are an astonishing number of bones gathered there. Once disturbed, there will be chaos. The black and white fox sighed. Do you think that Qin Yi is really capable and can disturb the bones there? The commander said coldly. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of what happens. The black and white fox was worried. I have observed Qin Yi, and he has always been a troublemaker. With him around, there will be no peace in the neighborhood. But after so many days, there is no movement in the direction of the Black Plain. Then there are only two outcomes, the commander said calmly. Then he smiled coldly. The first result was that he was eaten by the bones outside the tomb of 10,000 bones. The second result was that he didn't dare to get close and could only wander around the edge. After the commander finished speaking, he still wanted to speak when he saw the black and white fox. He frowned. Are you thinking too highly of that fool? After all, he is also a subordinate promoted by me. I know his abilities well. No matter how troublesome he is, he can't touch the Black Plains. If he could really mess around, the wave of white bones in the Black Plain would have rioted long ago. The commander waved his hand impatiently to drive away the black and white foxes. The black and white fox sighed. I'm afraid he is holding back his ultimate move. The commander also sighed and said helplessly, okay. Seeing how worried you are, if you are really worried, then just send a personal guard over to see if it's okay. She was very irritable and helpless. The good thing about black and white foxes is that they are too cautious and overthink everything. You, who only know how to practice every day, don't know about us who are in charge. The black and white fox complained in her heart, but she was still very happy after getting the commander's consent. After retreating immediately, he sent the demon ape to the Black Plain to check the situation in Qin Yi. Going to the Black Plains. When the demon ape heard this, he was shocked and fearful appeared in his eyes. There is a tomb of 10,000 bones in the Black Plain. And around the tomb of 10,000 bones, there is still a terrifying army of bones. Fortunately, those guys were not very smart and didn't wander around. But what if he passes by and disturbs her? Commander of the guards, can you please replace me with a guardsman? The demon ape said in horror. That's a notoriously dangerous place. No one dares to pass easily. As the strongest one among the guards, it is most appropriate for you to go to the Black Plains. No matter what happens, you can escape unscathed. If you don't want to go, you can go to the commander. The black and white fox said calmly. I go. The demon ape sighed, and when he heard the word, leader, he felt dizzy. Pay attention to safety. If you find bones wandering on the plains, retreat immediately. Don't disturb them to avoid causing chaos. After giving the instructions, the black and white fox left. Yes, the demon ape left the 10,000 bone mountains dejectedly and ran straight towards the Black Plain. I hope everything goes well this time. The demon ape was walking on the plain, looking left and right, his eyes full of vigilance. After running for a certain distance, he came completely to the Black Plain, and when he turned around, he could no longer see the shadow of the 10,000 bone mountains. Fortunately, everything happened without any problems. Keep it up. The demon ape clenched his fists, cheered himself up, and then continued deeper. Another hour of running. The demon ape stopped for a moment and his whole body tensed up. What's going on with this land? Why does it look like it's been ripped off? The demon ape looked at the ground in front of him. The land there is different from other places. The land is gone and full of pits. This reminded the demon ape of that tortoise. Only that guy would cause such a situation. Isn't that guy chewing on the ground because he's hungry? He's such a bad guy. The demon ape sneered. Then he looked up and the smile on his face gradually solidified. Then, his face gradually became filled with fear. The pupils of both eyes contracted and dilated violently. I saw the plain in front of me. A giant turtle, in the shape of a turtle shell, ran wildly ahead. But behind him, there followed an army of tens of thousands of bones. Look around. Those armies of bones were so vast and ferocious that they seemed to be on an endless scale. The demon ape opened its mouth, and its whole body gradually became numb. Boom. Suddenly, the demon ape turned around and ran away, using the energy of sucking milk. It's over, it's over. This fool is holding back his ultimate move. He actually caused the bones to riot. The demon ape ran more and more panicked. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. Go back quickly and notify the commander. Something bad happened. Chaos is about to happen in the Black Plains. Woohoo. Qin Yi was very happy, rolling back and forth on the plain. Rumble. Behind him, an army of 50,000 white bones ran with murderous intent and roared ferociously, as if they wanted to bite him into pieces. Qin Yi didn't panic, and even wanted to laugh a little bit. So many days have passed. He had carefully seduced the army of bones from the beginning. To skillfully and reliably seduce the army of bones. Now, after seducing the army of bones, he takes them for a walk. The Black Plain is still more fun. Qin Yi grinned. There is no shortage of food here. There is no shortage of vast land either. There is no commander to take care of him. He can play however he wants. Eat when you are hungry. Eat and sleep. When I wake up, I can take the army of bones for a walk if I have nothing to do. When he got tired of playing with it, he rolled the turtle's shell and crushed it all. This day was really made clear to him. Who said the underworld is bad? I think it's very good. Qin Yi laughed. Rumble. On the Black Plain, turtle shells rolled in front, and an army of bones followed behind them. What a beautiful scene. ... No, something big happened. The demon ape ran so fast that the soles of his feet were bald, and he never stopped. He ran desperately and finally ran back to the 10,000 Bones Mountains. As soon as they arrived at the 10,000 Bones Mountains, the demonic ape started to pull his neck and shout. Something happened. Something happened. Something happened to the 10,000 Bones tomb in Black Plains. The peaceful 10,000 Bones mountain range was completely boiling because of his shouting. Call out. The black and white fox jumped over several mountains and came to the side of the demon ape. Seeing the panicked appearance of the demon ape, her heart sank, and uneasiness filled her whole body. What happened? The black and white fox said solemnly. That fool is being chased by countless bones. He has awakened all the bones in the tomb of 10,000 bones. The demon ape said in a panic. The black and white fox's limbs were weak and his head was dizzy. That fool really made a big fuss. Calling all guards to assemble. The black and white fox left a word and went straight to the Black Palace. As soon as she entered the palace, she rushed to Ghost Spider Girl's side. What happened again? The Ghost Spider Girl frowned. As soon as she entered the cultivation state, the fox came again, and she became more and more irritable. Problem occurs. Qin Yi alarmed the 10,000 Bones tomb. The black and white fox didn't care about anything else and told the most important information. The Ghost Spider Girl stood up suddenly, widened her eyes, and looked at the black and white fox in disbelief. How did he do it? With his strength, he can't even get close to the army of bones outside the tomb of 10,000 bones. How can it be? The Ghost Spider Girl was shocked. The demon ape saw it with his own eyes. The black and white fox sighed. That's not right, the Black Plains has been so quiet these days. The Ghost Spider Girl murmured. Then Qin Yi, he's probably holding back his big move. If he doesn't move, it will cause disaster. Commander, stop doubting me, this matter is not a trivial matter. The black and white fox sighed deeply again. The leader is fine everywhere, but he is too nervous. The Ghost Spider Girl stopped talking, all she could think about was, hold back the big move, hold back the big move. Then his eyes appeared, that fool had turned the 10,000 Bones mountain range into a barren mountain. Plop, the Ghost Spider Girl's body softened and she fell straight back. He actually fainted. Why? The black and white fox shook his head and stopped caring about the Ghost Spider Girl. She immediately took out the sound transmission device and informed the commander of the southern area. Hell, the chaos has not yet reached, and it is time for everyone to mobilize. Therefore, she did not inform other commanders. Just after Black and White Fox informed the southern commander, the Ghost Spider Girl stood up again. Quick, assemble the guards and notify the commander in the south. We will go to stop you. If the situation is serious, we will notify other commanders. The Ghost Spider Girl said in a panic. I have already ordered you to go down. Commander, it's time for us to set off. The black and white fox lowered his head and said, "Okay, let's go." After hearing this, the ghost spider girl's panic gradually calmed down. Then, she raised her head, her face turned black. This fool really doesn't give me any peace of mind. Wherever he goes, he will suffer disaster. I'm really convinced. The ghost spider girl gritted her teeth and said, she was about to be blown away. She now regrets promoting Qin Yi. This scourge is so easy to mess with. If I had known earlier, I would have stayed in Yinchuiden. Let's go. The ghost spider girl quickly rushed out of the Black Palace. At this time, at the foot of the mountain were all the personal guards assembled. There are more than 200 in total, all of them are middle-class existences. In fact, there are more than 100 who need to guard the border and cannot move. These personal guards were also extremely panicked. This fool is so capable. We haven't even finished repairing the 10,000 Bones Mountains, and he's done something terrible over there. I'm so convinced. This scourge should not stay in our western area. All the guards were cursing, their faces turned black, and they were extremely speechless. A while ago, the fool L just came here and started messing around. The 10,000 Bones mountain range was skinned by him and turned into a barren mountain. During this period, they never had a good rest and kept tossing all day long. Now in the Black Plain, the tomb of 10,000 Bones is disturbed. Set off. The ghost spider girl didn't say anything, but rushed to the front, leading all the guards and pressing into the Black Plain. At the same time, the leader of the southern area, the 7th level high level, is a golden toad, more than 10 meters tall. When he heard that something big had happened in the Black Plains, he didn't think much about it. Immediately summoned 300 personal guards. Pressing in panic into the Black Plain. Woohoo. Qin Yi ran wildly on the ground. He pushed the army of bones a long distance away. Didn't roll on the turtle shell. Instead, he gets down on all fours and runs happily. He raised his head so high that his tongue came out. Xiaobai, is it fun? Qin Yi smiled. He is not in a hurry to eat, he has plenty of time anyway. Boss, it's fun. This is a pure land. It's just me and boss. Xiaobai lay on the turtle shell and smiled shyly. Qin Yi laughed. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. From the corner of his eye, he noticed a large shadow appearing in front of him. Qin Yi slowed down, squinted his eyes, and looked around. But I saw that the large shadow was not a dead thing. Instead, a large group of evil things were moving, as if rushing towards him. Who are they? It turns out to be the leader of the ghost spider girl. Qin Yi looked again and again, and when he saw them getting closer, he saw a familiar figure. He immediately turned around and ran in the direction of the ghost spider girl. At this moment, the ghost spider girl also saw Qin Yi. Along the way, she always looked gloomy. Suddenly saw Qin Yi. It's like having my hair fried. The ghost spider girl's face darkened, she clenched her fists and said, Qin Yi. Wrong. Seeing that the commander was so angry, Qin Yi immediately retracted his limbs, head and tail into the turtle shell. Super acceleration. Call out. Turtle shell sped up and ran, then quickly turned away from the ghost spider girl. You still dare to run. The ghost spider girl was so angry that she sped up and ran over. Commander, what about that? I have something else to do, you are busy with yours. Qin Yi smiled and ran faster and faster. Stop. The ghost spider girl gritted her teeth and her face turned dark. But soon, she was shocked. Why is this fool so fast? Even if she's not good at speed. But the strength of the high-level 5th level is there. It is not comparable to the middle-class Qin Yi. But she couldn't catch up with Qin Yi in a short period of time. Although it is getting closer and closer, the distance is getting closer. But this is also outrageous. Commander, what are you doing here if you have nothing to do? Qin Yi sighed and ran very fast without taking a breath. Am I okay? It was you who caused the trouble. Look. The ghost spider girl's body trembled with anger, but before she could finish her words, she stopped instantly. She stopped where she was, not daring to chase him anymore. Instead, she moved her eyes to look in front of Qin Yi. There, an army of bones appeared, occupying almost all of her sight. It really alarmed the tomb of 10,000 bones. The ghost spider girl almost suffocated. Suddenly, she remembered something. Look at Qin Yi. Qin Yi, come back quickly. You have disturbed the 10,000 Bones tomb. The Black Plane is not safe. Get back here. Although the ghost spider girl was angry, she still called Qinyi to stop. You want to trick me into beating me up, right? Qinyi smiled coldly and didn't listen to the ghost spider girl at all. He continued to roll, passing by the army of killing Bones, and turned again. Let's go, Bones, I'll take you somewhere else to play. Qinyi shouted and headed towards the south of the Black Plain. Crash. The Bone army also turned around and pursued Qinyi closely. They are not very intelligent, but they also have emotions. This fool is so hateful. You've been chasing them for so long. What about teasing fools? The more they thought about it, the angrier they became, and their murderous intent surged into the sky, and they screamed loudly. He has quite the momentum that he will not give up until Qinyi is killed. You alone want to catch up with me. Qinyi smiled disdainfully, and then Turtle Shell slowed down, deliberately waiting for the army of Bones to approach before continuing to run wildly. The Bone army was so angry that it gritted its teeth and chased Qinyi non-stop. And this scene was all seen by the ghost spider girl. She stiffened. Standing there, it was as if he was petrified. The situation seems to be a little different from what she imagined. This fool seems to be walking around with an army of Bones. He must be taking a walk, right? Impossible, but he stopped and stopped, seducing the army of Bones. It seems like you are really taking a walk. Call out. The black and white foxes shot from behind and came to the side of the ghost spider girl. Commander, how to solve this problem? The black and white fox stared at the army of Bones and said with high fighting spirit. This fool. The ghost spider girl finally regained her composure, but became so angry that she felt lightheaded and almost fainted. Commander, what's wrong? The black and white fox just rushed over and didn't see what just happened. He's walking an army of Bones. After the ghost spider girl finished speaking, she felt speechless and her face turned even darker. Ah, the black and white fox's eyes widened and he looked confused. Can the army of Bones on the Black Plain still sneak around and play? Shouldn't it cause chaos in the underworld? What the hell happened? Send the order, all guards, chase Qinyi, tell him to stop. The ghost spider girl said in a deep voice. Anyway. On the Black Plain, a wave of Bones appeared. It's still too dangerous. It must be stopped. Yes, the black and white fox also knew that now was not the time to talk. Immediately summon the personal guards and take a shortcut to intercept Qinyi. Don't be angry, those are the subordinates I personally promoted. He is still very good. I personally promoted him, but he just messed around a little bit. The ghost spider girl exhaled and exhaled. She didn't want to admit that she was the one who brought this kind of disaster. Half a moment later, Qinyi is here. However, there was no army of Bones behind him. Because he learned from the black and white fox. Taking an army of Bones for a walk has already excited the commander. Even more serious, it will stimulate the entire Yin Death Land. Based on this, Qinyi did not dare to mess around. Immediately roll a few times to eliminate the army of Bones, and then swallow them all. He rushed over in a hurry. Commander, I have dealt with the army of Bones. It's really not a riot at the 10,000 Bones tomb. Qinyi did not approach the ghost spider girl and kept a distance of 100 meters. Be ready to run away if something goes wrong. When the ghost spider girl saw this, her face turned even darker. You think it's fun? The ghost spider girl stared at Qinyi, her teeth chattering. Well, don't be angry, Commander. I can handle this kind of thing. In the past few days, I have taken them for walks every day, and nothing has happened. Seeing the evil look on ghost spider girl's face, Qinyi immediately explained. However, it was okay if he didn't explain it, but once he explained it, the ghost spider girl was irritated. What, have you been doing this kind of thing for several days? When the ghost spider girl heard this, her head felt dizzy and her eyes turned black. She really didn't expect that. When I was practicing quietly in the 10,000 Bone Mountains. A tortoise is constantly on the Black Plain, stimulating the terrifying tide of white bones in the tomb of 10,000 bones. Trying to hold back the ultimate move. Triggering a wave can cause a terrible disaster that can disrupt the world of yin and death. Now, even if she thinks about it again, she feels scared and her head feels dizzy. Do you know what you are doing? The ghost spider girl took a deep breath and kept controlling her emotions. forehead. Qin felt that it was better not to speak. What you do is no less than warming yourself next to a powder keg. The ghost spider girl said in a deep voice. Qin took half a step back. Once the commander made an attack, he would definitely run away. Deep in the Black Plain is the tomb of 10,000 bones. Countless waves of white bones sleep underground. The army of bones you seduced is just a small part of the army wandering around the 10,000 bones tomb. Do you really think you can control it? Your seductions again and again are equivalent to stimulating the tide of white bones in the tomb of 10,000 bones. The ghost spider girl became more and more angry as she talked, and she got closer and closer to Qin. Qin said nothing. Shrinking into the turtle shell is already spinning in place, ready to run. You want to run, right? The ghost spider girl stopped and smiled coldly. Commander, I am a subordinate you personally promoted. One of your loyal bodyguards. You. Qin smiled coquettishly, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the ghost spider girl. I don't have a bodyguard who can cause trouble like you. I don't want you anymore. The 10,000 Bones mountain range doesn't need you. Get out of here right now. The ghost spider girl said with a dark face, and drove Qin away in disgust. After this battle, she was really scared. I am raising Qin. She was really afraid that one day, even the underworld would be exploded by him. Just throw it away. He goes wherever he likes. Ah, no, Commander, if you don't want me, where can I go? Qin said anxiously. He was still thinking about the countless bones in the tomb of 10,000 bones. If this goes away, where could he find so many delicious foods? Of course, he didn't dare to say this. Otherwise, the commander will be irritated to death. Then again, do you still dare to worry about the tomb of 10,000 bones? I'll definitely beat him up in the end. The ghost spider girl said nothing and stared at Qin so hard that Qin felt hairy all over his body. I've become stronger again, and I'm already at the 9th level. With such astonishing qualifications, this fool probably has the bloodline of the top ancient yin creature. And similar to the extinct Teoti, as long as it is given food, it can grow quickly. It can even mutate, and its appearance will always change. The ghost spider girl sighed secretly in her heart. She had never had any murderous intention towards Qin. It's because Qin is so good. Only, when I think of this fool's ability to cause trouble. The ghost spider girl twitched the corner of her mouth. Even she feels scared just thinking about it. In the end, ghost spider girl's heart softened. She was about to speak and continued to drive Qin away. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked to Qin's left rear. There is a huge golden toad, leading a group of personal guards, coming. He is the commander in charge of the southern area, Golden Toad. The ghost spider girl's heart moved. Then she said, go and join the Golden Toad. She values Qin's qualifications very much. But she really didn't dare to stay around. It was a pity to just drive him away completely. It's okay to give it to the Golden Toad, at least it won't let him leave the place of death. Thinking of this, the ghost spider girl made a decision. That Golden Toad is the leader of the southern area. Just follow him. The ghost spider girl said calmly. Qin stretched out his head and limbs and turned to look. In the field of vision, a golden toad more than 10 meters high led a group of negative creatures to approach. The leader who manages the southern area, Golden Toad. Qin murmured, with a bit of expectation in his eyes. As long as we can stay in the land of death, anything can be said. If you can't eat the bones in the tomb of 10,000 bones. He was unwilling to leave. Of course, he couldn't reveal his inner thoughts. Instead, he turned back and looked at the ghost spider girl. There is reluctance in the eyes. Commander, I can't bear to leave you. Qin said painfully. This is your only way out. The ghost spider girl snorted coldly, but most of her anger was gone. This guy was quite loyal. At this time, the golden toad jumped, landed with a bang, and came near the ghost spider girl. You cultivated me, I really don't want to leave you. Qin glanced at the golden toad and sighed deeply. I don't have a bodyguard like you. The ghost spider girl crossed her arms, feeling out of breath. I won't cause trouble next time and will be more peaceful. Commander, don't drive me away. Qin looked at the ghost spider girl sincerely. The ghost spider girl sneered. You won't cause trouble next time. You've caused a lot of trouble. What's going on? What's going on? Isn't it about the 10,000 Bones tomb riot? The Golden Toad was confused and couldn't help but ask questions. His personal guards also rushed over, but did not get close. Just like the bodyguards of the Ghost Spider Girl, they are showing off from a distance. The Ghost Spider Girl glanced at the Golden Toad. Then he told Qin Yi about walking with the army of bones. Ah, the Golden Toad stared at Qin Yi with his eyes widened and took a breath of cold air. This turtle is beyond recognition. What the hell, even the commanders don't dare to do such a thing. This turtle can do such outrageous and terrifying things. So, you want to drive him away? Golden Toad combined the conversation he heard before and asked the Ghost Spider Girl. The Ghost Spider Girl nodded. Golden Toad also nodded, deeply agreeing. Qin Yi, have you solved that army of bones? At this time, the Ghost Spider Girl suddenly asked. It's solved. It's just an army of 50,000 bones. I can wipe them all out with just a few rolls. It's really no big deal. Qin Yi sighed. When Golden Toad heard this, his body trembled and his eyes widened. He asked Qin Yi, what state are you in? Without waiting for Qin Yi to speak, Ghost Spider Girl rushed to say, half a month ago, it was only the 4th level of the intermediate level, and now it is the 9th level of the intermediate level. The Golden Toad's body was shaken again, and when he looked at Qin Yi, his eyes were not only horrified, but also hot. You want to drive away a subordinate with such incredible qualifications? The Golden Toad swallowed, turned back and stared at the Ghost Spider Girl. What's the point of causing such a thing? I don't want it, I just don't want it. Qin Yi, you can go with whoever you want. I don't care. The Ghost Spider Girl looked at Qin Yi and said coldly. I want it, I want it, I want it. Golden Toad was waiting for this sentence. He rubbed his hands excitedly and swallowed again and again. A personal guard with such incredible qualifications. The combat effectiveness is off the charts again. Even an army of 50,000 bones can be dealt with alone. He was eager to snatch this kind of personal guard, so how could he not want it? Then take it. Fox, take all the guards and let's get out of here. The Ghost Spider Girl was too lazy to say anything, and left with her men without even looking at Qin Yi. Qin Yi was dejected, but actually he was happy. Can stay again. As long as I can stay. The group of bones in the tomb of 10,000 bones will one day be obtained by him. Your name is Qin Yi, right? Golden Toad looked at the frustrated Qin Yi and spoke with a smile. Yes, Qin Yi replied. ... Not far away. The Ghost Spider Girl turned her head and looked at Qin Yi with a complicated expression. She was reluctant to abandon Qin Yi. It's just that this guy is too capable of causing trouble. She was frightened. Hey, forget it, just stay in the underworld. The Ghost Spider Girl felt relieved when she thought of this. However, when her eyes fell on the Golden Toad, she felt unhappy again. It was like giving away a beloved treasure to someone else. She was unhappy. Commander, do you really want to drive Qin Yi away? The fox finally couldn't help but speak. Before, she saw Qin Yi annihilating the bone army alone. Even with her advanced level of strength, she couldn't do it. To be honest, she was really shocked. And give such a personal guard with amazing combat power and amazing potential to Golden Toad. Even she felt pain in her body. Are we still going to let him get into trouble? The Ghost Spider Girl shook her head and left decisively. Well, that's true. The fox coughed and looked back at the Golden Toad. Inexplicably, sympathy appeared in his eyes. ... Qin Yi, this is not a big deal. That woman, Ghost Spider Girl, is just afraid of trouble. But I, the Golden Toad, am not afraid. Don't worry, follow me. There will be delicious food and drink. As for this black plane, don't come here anymore. I have food there. Golden Toad is on its way back to the southern area. Next to him, Qin Yi was following. He has convinced Qin Yi to follow him. Along the way, he comforted Qin Yi, his eyes shining. These personal guards will, sooner or later, break through to a high level. This is top-notch combat power. The Ghost Spider Girl is cowardly and brainless. She actually abandoned Qin Yi because of the Bone Army incident. Golden Toad smiled disdainfully, looking down on Ghost Spider Girl's behavior. In his opinion, wouldn't it be good as long as he keeps Qin Yi under control and prevents him from coming to the Black Plains? Okay, Commander, is there really the food you mentioned? Qin Yi raised his head, looked at the golden toad and said. Ha ha ha, I don't have anything else in the south, but I eat the most. Don't worry. The golden toad laughed. The southern area is governed by the golden toad and is called the Dead Swamp. As the name suggests, this is a large swamp. Of course, it's not all swamps, there are also mountains and ravines. It's just that the swamp occupies the largest part. Ha ha ha, how about it? How about my territory? The golden toad returned to the swamp of death and laughed. Good place. Qin Yi turned his head and looked at it. Water resources are abundant here, so the vegetation is lush. More importantly, the mountains and plains here are also covered with bones. The overall strength of the dead swamp is stronger than that of the 10,000 Bones Mountains. I have 400 personal guards under me. 100 of them guard the border. This one cannot be touched. In addition, the number of personal guards I can dispatch has reached 300. The golden toad jumped onto a high rock and scanned the surrounding guards. Hello, boss. Seeing the coquettish appearance of golden toad, the guards twitched the corners of their mouths and shouted skillfully. The golden toad laughs and the scenery is endless. I have quite a few personal guards, 3 of them, all of whom are high-level beings. After the golden toad finished laughing, he lowered his head again and looked at Qin Yi next to him. With his gaze, the other guards, as well as the 3 guard captains not far away. They all looked at Qin Yi. And you, before long, will become my 4th personal guard commander. Golden Toad smiled and said that he had great confidence in Qin Yi. And as soon as these words came out, there was an uproar. The captain of the bodyguard represents a high level of strength. He is only the 9th level of the intermediate level. The boss has so much confidence in him. Do you think he will break through to a high level soon? It's difficult. Among our group of guards, there are 5 intermediate 9th level beings. We haven't seen them break through in 10 years. The eyes of many personal guards looking at Qin Yi changed. There was shock, doubt, disdain, and awe. After all, he is an intermediate 9th level player, so he is worth winning over. But it's still difficult to break through to a high level. The boss said this just because he wanted to win the favor of that fool. The 3 high-ranking guardsmen, Zhu Lu Dai, were discussing not far away. Not necessarily. I got some information from the Ghost Spider Girl's personal guards. The head of the deer-headed guard shook his head. Oh, Pig and Butterfly looked at the deer-headed man. Qin Yi's qualifications are astonishing. In just half a month, he broke through to the intermediate level 4, to the intermediate level 9. The deer-headed man stared at Qin Yi, with fear, envy, and a hint of awe in his eyes. In the foreseeable future, Qin Yi's strength will definitely surpass that of a high-level 3rd level guard commander like him. The pig-headed man and the butterfly bodyguard took a deep breath when he heard this. With such a terrifying qualification, how could the Ghost Spider Girl be willing to drive him away? The pig-headed man said in shock. Butterfly also looked at the deer-headed man in confusion. It's time to cause trouble. The Ghost Spider Girl is too scared to leave Qin Yi by her side. The deer-headed man smiled disdainfully. Just because of this, are you going to drive away Qin Yi, who has such evil qualifications? As a leader, this Ghost Spider Girl is too afraid of trouble. When the pig-headed people and the butterfly heard this, they also laughed out loud and made sarcastic remarks one after another. The boss is still wise and takes Qin Yi indecisively. The deer-headed man smiled faintly. ... So what, boss, do you have anything to eat? The gazes and heated discussions of countless guards and chief guards in Qinye. He just wants to work now. Yes, what do you want to eat? The golden toad laughed. He felt very happy to be able to accept a personal guard with amazing potential like Qin Yi. I don't have any requirements for food. I just want to eat the bones that are everywhere in our swamp. Qin Yi smiled shyly. Golden Toad was stunned after hearing this. Eating bones? This Ghost Spider Girl doesn't take you seriously. I actually gave you bones to eat. The Golden Toad came back to his senses and was a little angry. This was really not an act. Qin Yi is so outstanding and has amazing qualifications. He was only allowed to eat bones. Isn't this the death of Qin Yi? All the personal guards and the commander of the personal guards were also shocked. They all complained that Ghost Spider Girl was really unreasonable as a leader. It's okay, I'm used to it. Qin Yi coughed. How do you say it's okay? If the ghost spider girl doesn't treat you well, then she's doing something wrong. But as your boss now, I naturally cannot treat you the same way. What, Xiao Lu, take half of the treasures in my palace and give them all to Qin Yi. The golden toad snorted and called for his bodyguard, the deer-headed man. Qin Yi's aptitude is so incredible that he should be trained with good treasures. Yes, the deer-headed man didn't have any objections and took action. He thinks the boss did the right thing. Highly qualified subordinates should be trained intensively. While he is weak, train him to become stronger. From then on, the heart will follow the boss and stand on the same front as them. Thank you, boss, you are so kind. Qin Yi was moved and looked at the golden toad sincerely. Seeing the sincerity in Qin Yi's eyes, golden toad knew that he had conquered Qin Yi. The joy in my heart. Then he raised his head and laughed again. Okay, you can find a place as your residence. You don't have to do anything during this time. Walk more, see more, and eat what you want. As long as you don't go to the Black Plains, I won't care about you. The golden toad smiled and waved, then jumped into the giant swamp ahead and took a comfortable bath. The personal guards also dispersed. Yes, Qin Yi nodded and left impatiently. Work hard, work hard. He couldn't wait any longer. Boss, when I came, I had already paid attention to it. Go from the back mountain of the deadly swamp. There are many big mountains there, and there are bones everywhere on the mountains. And I've observed that there are almost no negative things there. As long as we keep it quiet. As soon as Xiao Bai saw that things here were over, he immediately spoke up to remind Qin Yi. Qin Yi immediately turned around and climbed towards the back hill of the Yinshi swamp. Along the way, I thought of a lot. It was because he made too much noise while eating. That's why she was disliked by the leader of the ghost spider girl and was even driven away. Therefore, he learns from every adversity. Be quiet this time while eating, so you don't get chased away again. With Qin Yi thinking like this, he came to the back mountain. Of course, he didn't do it directly. Instead, he chose a place with vines under the mountain as his residence. Waited for a while. The deer-headed man is coming. He came with 2 large bags of treasure. Each bag is 5 meters high. Qin Yi, feel free to eat. The boss is very kind to our subordinates in the dead swamp. As for the ghost spider girl, it's really hateful that she treats you like this, but don't think too much about it and settle down in peace. As the head of the bodyguard, the deer-headed man also valued Qin Yi. After some encouragement, he put down the treasure and left. Qin Yi sighed, with a complicated expression. Even if he doesn't think too much about it. But the treatment on both sides can be compared. It still made him sigh. Boss Golden Toad treats his subordinates really well. Qin Yi shook his head, feeling quite emotional. Swallowing the mid-level 9 stage blood dark fruit, evolution value plus 10. Swallowing the mid-level 9 stage sage grass, evolution value plus 10. Swallowing mid-level 9th level blood red sesame, evolution value plus 10. Qin Yi ate all the 2 big bags of treasures in one go. The evolution value skyrockets. The treasure is still highly nutritious, so if you eat it casually, it will give you so much evolution value. After Qin Yi finished eating, he smacked his mouth. However, this kind of treasure is obviously very rare. Eat it if you can find it, forget it if you can't. It's better to eat the bones all over the mountains and plains. Qin Yi opened his mouth and bit into pieces the skeleton of a lion next to him, then swallowed it into his belly. Swallowing the bones of an intermediate 9th stage mad lion, evolution value plus 1. Well, this tastes just right. Qin Yi nodded. Boss, how are you going to eat next? Xiao Bai asked. She was already along the road, leaving a scent. No matter who it is, as long as it comes close, she will sense it in advance. It's best not to stamp your feet, just roll on the turtle shell. Qin Yi did what he said. He chose a large mountain nearby. The mountains are full of branches and leaves, and there are bones everywhere in them. Qin Yi's turtle shell rolled several times facing the mountain. Although there were still sounds coming out, they were not loud. It was the sound of turtle shells crushing bones. 100 or 200 meters away, the sound could not be heard. I'm a little tired, but not annoying. Qin Yi was very satisfied, and after a while, he crushed the entire mountain's appearance. Flowers, trees, gravel and bones have been broken into pieces. Began to eat. Qin came to the foot of the mountain and activated his greedy mouth. Opening his mouth, all the debris on the mountain turned into tornadoes and was swallowed by him. Boss, no ghosts are coming, it's very quiet. Xiaobai always reminds. Qin nodded. After eating, he looked at the evolution panel. Race. Extreme Yin Giant Bone Turtle. Realm. Intermediate Stage 9. Skills. Sprint, Bite, Perception, Grass Shield, Rolling, Shock Wave, Bone Spur, Greedy Mouth, Ground Spur, Super Acceleration, Forced Steering. Talent. Color Change, Shock. Evolution Value. 68,100 thousandths. He had eaten a lot of white bones before in the Black Plains. A lot of evolution points have been saved. There are still 32,000 evolution points left, let's keep up the good work. Qin looked at the evolution values, which were getting fuller and fuller, and he was full of motivation. Without saying anything, we just started eating. Time passes like this day by day. Qin was in the swamp of death, in the mountains, eating freely. No one will care about him. A giant swamp. The golden toad soaked in it and looked comfortable. Suddenly, the deer-headed man came. Qin, are you okay? The golden toad glanced at the deer-headed man and said calmly. Although he does not restrict Qin actions, he still needs to pay attention to Qin movements. It's okay, I haven't been wandering around. It's still in the back mountain. The deer-headed man frowned and said. The golden toad nodded and caught a glimpse of the deer-headed man frowning. Then he asked, if you have anything else, just ask. The deer-headed man hesitated and said, it's just that Qin appetite is a bit big. The golden toad was surprised. How big is it? The deer-headed man said anxiously. He ate all the flowers, plants and trees in the back mountain, and even the skeletons. The golden toad said dissatisfied, who will eat that thing? If he wants to eat it, let him eat it. Boss. The deer-headed man looked hesitant. You have something to say. Golden toad emphasized his tone. While he was eating, he peeled off the skin of the entire mountain. Now, the back mountain has almost become a wilderness. The deer-headed man said helplessly. Golden toad shook his head and spoke nonchalantly. It's okay, I was just a little rough when I was eating. It's okay, don't worry about it. He thought it was not a big deal, and the deer-headed man must have made a fuss. Yes, the deer-headed man left. 5 days later. The deer-headed man came to report the situation again. When the golden toad saw him coming, he frowned slightly. He turned to the deer-headed man and said, what's wrong? The deer-headed man twitched his lips and said, Qin matter. Golden toad said calmly, let's talk about it. The deer-headed man coughed and said, all the mountains behind the deadly swamp have been peeled off and eaten by him. They have become barren mountains. The golden toad stopped talking and thought for a long time, then asked, he hasn't eaten enough yet. The deer-headed man shook his head, it never stopped. The golden toad nodded again, thought again, then left the swamp and walked back and forth on the ground. Finally he said with a smile, no problem, it's a small matter. As the leader, I know it well, so let him take it as he pleases. The deer-headed man said helplessly, yes. 10 days later. The deer-headed man comes to the giant swamp again. What's wrong? The golden toad jumped up and stared at the deer-headed man nervously. All the mountains within the scope of the Yinshi swamp were skinned by him. There was nothing left, he ate them all. The deer-headed man whispered. The golden toad didn't speak, but when he walked, his limbs were weak and his body was shaking a little. Boss, are you okay? The deer-headed man said worriedly. It's okay, the wind is a bit strong and it's a bit cold. The golden toad trembled and said with a steady expression. Then, Qin matter? The deer-headed man asked cautiously. The golden toad had a pale face and forced a smile. It's okay, I can take care of the little things. Yes, the deer-headed man hesitated and left. After 1 day, the deer-headed man came in a hurry. What happened? The golden toad jumped out of the giant swamp and stared at the deer-headed man and asked. At this moment, he was sweating profusely. Boss, don't be nervous, it's a good thing. The deer-headed man said helplessly. Golden toad breathed a sigh of relief, but thought of something and snorted coldly, why should I be nervous? Tell me, what's a good thing? Qin Yi made a breakthrough. The deer-headed man smiled. It must be a high-level realm without a doubt. My vision is indeed correct. The golden toad was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Congratulations, boss, for adding another general. The deer-headed man smiled. Well, there is another guard commander. The golden toad was very satisfied and in a good mood. But as he thought about it, he seemed to think of something. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, then, is he still hungry? When the deer-headed man heard this, the smile on his face solidified. He was silent for a moment and said, my appetite is even bigger. Golden Toad wiped his sweat and said steadily, tell me the details. The deer-headed man said anxiously. After he ate the surface of the mountain, he went underground and ate the tree roots and some bones buried in the soil. Golden Toad was sweating profusely again, his body was trembling, he thought for a long time, and said, it's okay, I can handle the little things. The deer-headed man lowered his voice and said again, because of the rough eating, all the mountains in the Yinshi swamp collapsed. The golden toad was silent for a long time. Finally, he lowered his head and looked at the swamp here. There are a lot of swamps here. Most of them are where he and his guards live. Because he is a toad and likes to live in swamps. Therefore, most of his subordinates have the same habits as him. However, today's swamp is gradually drying up. Tell me, why are the water in these swamps losing so much? Asked the golden toad. Maybe, it may be related to Qin Yi's digging underground. The deer-headed man also began to sweat profusely. The golden toad stopped talking again. After a while, he raised his head, looked up to the sky and smiled miserably. It's no problem, I can handle the little things. Finally, I've reached the advanced level. There was a crack in the ground, and Qin Yi lay there, smiling excitedly. After so many days of eating, he accumulated 100,000 evolution points and started evolution again. And this time it evolved. There is no change in appearance. The body size has grown from 15 meters to 20 meters. A building is so high. A true behemoth. Race. Extreme Yin Giant Bone Turtle. Realm. Advanced Level 1. Skills. Sprint, Bite, Perception, Grass Shield, Rolling, Shock Wave, Bone Spur, Greedy Mouth, Ground Spur, Super Acceleration, Forced Turn, Camouflage. Talents. Color Change, Shock, Rage. Evolution Value. 120,000. I have eaten this kind of food before. After evolution, the appearance has not changed, which is normal. Qin Yi didn't care about this. I looked at the other data in the panel. Grinning. Acquire new skills, disguise. Well, I also got a new talent, rage. Qin Yi was very excited and used it immediately. Finally he learned the role of the camouflage skill. He was actually able to disguise his realm. After all, when others perceive his strength, they cannot perceive his true realm. Great stuff. It really solved my urgent need. In the future, my growth rate will inevitably become faster and faster. It would be bad if it attracts others to look at me. Disguise can make me look low-key. Qin Yi said happily. As for this violent talent, he liked it even more. With his body after evolving many times, even enemies who are 2 ranks higher than him cannot break his defense. In other words, high-level 3-level enemies cannot do anything to him. Even against high-level 4th-level enemies, he can barely fight them. Of course, that was before. Now that there is a violent talent, the situation has changed. The violent talent can make my all-round strength skyrocket. Even if you encounter a high-level 5th-level enemy, it will be difficult to break my defense. I can barely fight against high-level 6th-level enemies. Qin Yi smiled. He is only at the advanced level now. As long as the violent talent is turned on, you can fight against high-level 6th-level enemies. Full sense of security. Boss, there seems to be nothing to eat here. Xiaobai saw that the boss was in a daze and didn't know what he was thinking, so he opened his mouth and said, it's okay, it's a small matter. Qin Yi thought. For this evolution, in the Yinshi swamp, all the mountains were wiped out by him. Even the underground was buzzing, although successfully evolved. But the next evolution requires 120,000 evolution points. I have to continue looking for food. Only the swamp is left uneaten. Xiaobai reminded me, you can't go to that swamp. There is water underground, and it's getting bigger and bigger recently. Look, there are a lot of fish in the water, as well as a lot of aquatic plants and some special plants. Just make do with it. Qinyi looked at the river flowing next to him, not knowing where it was coming from, and immediately got into it. Drill and dig. Encounter fish, aquatic plants and some special plants. He was not polite and swallowed them all. Time passes like this day by day. Qinyi dug around in the ground. Almost hollowed out the entire underground. Dry swampy area. The golden toad lay there and took a nap. Boss, the deer-headed man is coming. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong with Qinyi? The golden toad suddenly woke up and had a stress reaction. Before the chief of guards said anything, he thought of Qinyi. The deer-headed man twitched the corner of his mouth and said, Qinyi is gone. The golden toad was shocked. Did he run away? He didn't know what happened, but when he heard this, he felt a little happy. The deer-headed man shook his head. No, it's just that he has been underground and I don't know where he went. The golden toad sighed, and then sneered, where can a tortoise go underground? Let him go, as long as he doesn't come to the ground to eat everywhere. But as soon as he finished speaking, the ground became unstable, like an earthquake. The golden toad and the deer-headed man didn't speak, they just looked at each other. After a long time, Golden Toad smiled and said, Tell me, could this earthquake be related to Qinyi? The deer-headed man lowered his head, looked at the gradually cracking ground, and said, Maybe. Boom. The ground is cracked in large areas. Then it collapsed. The golden toad and the deer-headed man fell directly. Bottomless. They kept falling for about half a minute. It's not the end yet. As the golden toad fell, he smiled miserably, I really can't control it this time. Another half-minute passed. Boom. The golden toad landed. It hit the ground and was covered in ashes. He looked up to the sky and screamed, Qinyi, get the hell out of here. In this underground place, the sound travels very far, and there is a sense of emptiness. Half a minute later, throughout the underground, the echo came back again. The golden toad smiled miserably, Mine. How big a hole have you dug underground? Perhaps the collapse of this place caused a chain reaction. Other places also began to collapse. Rumble. The entire swamp of death collapsed. After an hour, the golden toad stood on the edge of the swamp and said miserably, You can leave, I can't afford to support you. Qinyi stood opposite the golden toad and smiled, Sorry, boss. After speaking, he looked behind the golden toad. Standing there were golden toad's bodyguards, all of them gray-headed and gray-faced, staring at him gloomily. Qinyi looked further behind the guards. The place itself is a swamp. Now it has become a huge sinkhole. The kind that can't be seen to the end. I'm not your boss, get out of here. I finally know why the ghost spider girl drove you away. Look at what a good thing you have done. I'm all dead swamp, it's all gone. The golden toad had a dark face and a bleak look on his face. I'm so stupid, really stupid. I thought that the ghost spider girl was a coward who was afraid of getting into trouble and insisted on driving Qinyi away. I thought I had found a treasure by picking up Qinyi. Unexpectedly, I just woke up today. This is not a treasure found. This is such a disaster. Well, I'm sorry, everyone. Qinyi coughed and didn't dare to stay, so he turned around and ran away. Golden Toad watched Qinyi leave with a gloomy expression. Then, he took out a golden wooden sign. After the injection of yin qi. Inside the golden wooden sign, the ghost spider girl's lazy voice came out, Who? It's me, Golden Toad. Golden Toad said sadly, Hey, the tone of your voice sounds like you're in a pretty good mood, right? The ghost spider girl smiled. The swamp of my death is gone, it has collapsed. Golden Toad said sadly, A foreign enemy has invaded. Do you need my help? The ghost spider girl suppressed her smile and said seriously, It's not an external enemy, it's an internal scourge, Qinyi. Golden Toad said quietly. The ghost spider girl was stunned for a long time, then suddenly burst into laughter. She laughed for half a minute before she stopped smiling. When you came to me, you didn't just talk about this matter, right? The ghost spider girl almost couldn't hold back her laughter and spoke again. Well, I can't be the only one who suffers. Wait a minute, you and I will inform the commander in the east that the nine-tailed cat will be taken away by her. The golden toad smiled ferociously. He's a little crazy now. wanting to drag other commanders into trouble. Anyway, if I suffer a loss, I won't look after you. Being driven away again, Qin walked on the road leaving the deadly swamp, shaking his head and sighing. Boss, it's okay. There are still 2 commanders in the east and north. Let's go join them. Xiao Bai cheered. I don't know if they will accept me. Qin was listless. He really wanted to stay in hell. Because of the 10,000 bone tombs in the Black Plains, he was very greedy. Although I don't dare to have casual contact now. But there will always be opportunities in the future. After all, as he evolves more and more times, the required evolution value becomes more exaggerated. Only the bones in the tomb of 10,000 bones can feed him. This time I would really be driven away and leave the hellish place of death. Qin felt that he would definitely regret it. Unknowingly, Qin came to the Black Plain. He looked at the endless plains and suddenly said, "There's no one here anyway, I'm secretly looking for food here, should it be okay?" Of course there is something wrong. There is a tomb of 10,000 bones here, you can't touch it. At this time, a cold voice came from Qin ears. Qin tensed up, subconsciously turned on his perception skills, and then looked to the side. I saw a 4 to 5 meter long black demon cat walking slowly. Behind the demon cat, there are 9 tails. Advanced 9th level. Qin was shocked, and a look of fear appeared in his eyes. This demon cat is too powerful. With his high-level strength, even if he activates his violent talent, can't handle it either. Senior, who are you? Seeing that she was not hostile, Qin spoke cautiously. The leader of the east area, the 9-tailed cat. The 9-tailed cat walked in front of the huge Qin, walked around in a circle, and seemed to be sizing it up. Qin didn't say anything. He was on guard in his heart. If something went wrong, he would run away. I heard that you were abandoned by the ghost spider girl in the west and the golden toad in the south. The 9-tailed cat gracefully walked to Qin and asked calmly. It's not like abandonment, you just think I'm troublesome. Qin twitched his lips. Even high-ranking subordinates are abandoned, why? The 9-tailed cat's eyes were deep and calm, staring at Qin and asking questions. Maybe I ate more. Qin smiled. What do you like to eat? The 9-tailed cat asked. Except for dirt and gravel, I eat everything else to make a living. Qin grinned. He could feel that the 9-tailed cat seemed to want to take him in. This is a good thing. I can stay in the underworld again. Puff. The 9-tailed cat jumped lightly and jumped on Qin head. Then she lay down and said coldly, let's go to my territory. Yes, Commander, Qin said happily. On the road. Qin asked, Commander, why do you know I'm here? The 9-tailed cat sneered. Of course it was the ghost spider girl and the golden toad who informed me and asked me if I wanted a talented subordinate. Qin coughed and said, it's not that he's gifted, he just can eat a little. The 9-tailed cat smiled playfully. I peeled off a layer of skin from the 10,000 bone mountains and collapsed the Yinshi swamp. Do you think it's edible? She is not a fool. After learning about the ghost spider girl and the golden toad, he recommended her subordinates. She became vigilant. Give it to her men for free. Or is it the strength of a high-level person? She didn't believe this kind of good thing was true. There is probably a hidden secret here. Fortunately, she had spies among the forces of Ghost Spider Girl and Golden Toad. Only then did I learn the truth. This subordinate is good. It's just so exciting. It can discuss the Ghost Spider Girl and the Golden Toad. Oh, if you can't control it, it's because of your incompetence. The 9-tailed cat smiled coldly and arrogantly. After learning the truth, she didn't care and directly agreed to take Qin away. She was really moved. Qin is suspected to have the bloodline of the top ancient yin object, most likely the Teodi bloodline. Just eat to become stronger. Growth rate is extremely fast. Now they are all at a high level. With a little training, it will definitely be a big help to her. It's just the eating aspect that's a bit troublesome. But no problem. All it takes is a little attention and management on her part. Disasters can be avoided. She believed that with her own abilities, it would be easy to handle a tortoise. Since the commander knows that I can eat it, why do you still dare to accept me? Qin stopped being secretive and asked curiously. You don't have to worry about this. I have plenty of ways to make sure you have something to eat. After the 9-tailed cat finished speaking coldly and proudly, He lay on Qin Yi's head and took a nap. The east area is governed by the nine-tailed cat and is called the Plain of 100 Flowers. As the name suggests, it is a grassland with all kinds of underworld flowers blooming. After Qin Yi came here, he looked at the beautiful grassland and was a little lost in thought. Is this still the underworld? Don't even think about eating it. You can't eat it in the Plain of 100 Flowers. The nine-tailed cat jumped onto the grassland, walked among the flowers, and said coldly, "Commander." At this time, various yin objects appeared all around. They were not big in size, with the highest being 5 meters and the smallest being half a meter. They came to the nine-tailed cat and spoke respectfully. "These are my personal guards." The nine-tailed cat turned around and faced Qin Yedao. Qin Yi glanced at it casually and roughly estimated that there were only more than 50. He thought to himself, this nine-tailed cat is really different from other commanders. There are so few personal guards. Call out. A figure suddenly approached from the side. It's a butterfly, black, with a grimace on its back. He came to the side of the nine-tailed cat and said respectfully, "I have met the commander. He is my personal guard commander. His name is Yin Wadi, and he is a high-ranking 7th-level man." The nine-tailed cat introduced him casually, speaking and acting in a cold and indifferent manner. Qin Yi was secretly frightened. This time he encountered a ruthless character. The strength of the yin flower butterfly is comparable to that of the golden toad. But here, he is only qualified to be the captain of the personal guard. The nine-tailed cat had a clear view of Qin Yi's expression, and the corner of his mouth curled up. "Mock up. You are able to do so, but haven't you been able to figure it out with just a few words from me? My personal guard commander is not the only one. There are 10 in total, and the remaining 9 are working outside." The nine-tailed cat said calmly. "There are actually more, and there are 9 of them, all with high-level strength." Qin Yi's eyes widened. "Yes," the nine-tailed cat said coldly and proudly. Seeing Qin Yi making a fuss, she shook her head. "Look at how useless you are." "Fair enough. I was shocked by her strength. I don't dare to mess around anymore. And, from now on, you will be my 11th personal guard captain. High-level 1st-level strength, white bone turtle, I call you this, okay?" The nine-tailed cat said calmly. "Thank you, Commander." Qin Yi nodded. His attitude was very correct. He's not interested in positions or anything like that. Just have something to eat. Let's go. I'm very busy now. I was working outside before, but I came here specially when I heard that the ghost spider girl and the golden toad wanted to send me one of their men. The nine-tailed cat glanced at Qin Yi and walked into the field of flowers. She has a cold and arrogant attitude, like a queen who has everything under control. Chapter 41. What should I do if I step on these flowers and plants? Qin Yi swallowed his saliva and said shyly, "It's okay, just don't eat it." The nine-tailed cat dodged and rushed into the depths of the field of flowers. Qin Yi no longer cared about it, and followed after the turtle shell rolled. Yin Wadi also followed. Not a moment. The nine-tailed cat passed through the field of flowers and arrived at the easternmost border area. Qin Yi and Yin Wadi followed closely behind. "Yin Wadi, if he doesn't understand something, you have to tell him. The things outside are not finished yet, I'll go first." The nine-tailed cat said nothing and rushed out of the border area. Now, only Yin Wadi and Qin Yi were left. "I've met the captain of the bodyguard," Qin Yi said respectfully. "You and I are at the same level, so we don't have to salute like this." Yin Wadi said coldly, not looking at Qin Yi. He has the strength of a high-level 7th-level man, so naturally he looks down on Qin Yi, a high-level 1. "Since you are following Mr. Nine-Tailed Cat, then keep your heart in mind and follow him honestly. I will definitely not treat you badly." Yin Wadi said coldly. "Yes, so what should we do next?" Qin Yi asked. "Unearthing the Yin Soul Pearl. This is what Master Nine-Tailed Cat is currently doing." Yin Wadi glanced at Qin Yi. He spoke again. "If it weren't for the fact that I wanted to pick you up, I would have dug up the Yinhun Pearl." The yin butterfly flapped its wings and flew outside the border area. "Follow me, don't do anything else, just watch us dig for the Yinhun Pearl." Yin Wadi couldn't leave Qin Yi alone, so she could only say this. This generation of leaders is a bit tricky and hard to get along with. Qin Yi looked at the direction in which Yin Wadi was leaving and murmured, "Forget about the nine-tailed cat pulling, why does the captain of the bodyguard pull it like this? However, when I think of the tomb of 10,000 bones in the Black Plains. He suppressed other thoughts. If you don't like it, you have to mix it up. Just endure it for now. Thinking of this, Chinyi rolled his turtle shell and chased Yinwadi. This trip is more than 100 miles. The location is in a low valley surrounded by mountains. Yinwadi stood on the edge of a mountain and looked towards the valley. Rumble. Chinyi rolled over. Come here. Yinwadi turned her head and glanced at Chinyi. Chinyi had already stretched out his head and limbs from the turtle shell, and he came to Yinwadi. Look at the trough. There are 3 formations inside, inverted in the center, close to each other. Their function is to trap the ghosts within them. And what we have to do is to take advantage of the formation to trap the Yin Soul, and go to the center of the trough to obtain the Yin Soul Pearl. Yinwadi said while observing Chinyi's expression. I saw that he listened carefully. Yinwadi nodded. Next, you just stand outside the formation and watch. Once you find that the formation is broken, you shout, give a warning, and then run away. The ghost is very powerful and you can't stop it. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Chinyi nodded. It's okay to say this, but it's a bit awkward. Then let's go. The yin butterfly flies into the valley. Aren't they just 3 upside-down transparent bowls, right next to each other? Chinyi looked at the formation in the trough. Each of the 3 major formations has a diameter of 1,000 meters, which is extremely huge. Within the formation, black shadows were billowing. That's a ghost. They were jumping up and down within the formation, extremely irritable. Is this the ghost? I don't know if it tastes good or not. Will eating it give me evolution points? Chinyi observed the black shadow inside and licked his lips. Suddenly, there was a roar in the valley. Chinyi craned his neck to look. The 3 formations are close to each other, but because of the arc shape, there is a gap in the adjacent parts. He vaguely saw the 9-tailed cat and 10 figures moving through the gaps, gradually approaching the center, and he didn't know what they were attacking. Chinyi looked at it for a while and couldn't figure out the reason, so he just ignored it. He walked to the formation shield next to him and looked inside. In the formation, ghosts were floating and roaring ferociously. I really want to take a bite and see if I can get evolution points. Chinyi murmured, but he knew that this kind of thing couldn't be done. At least not now. Didn't you see the 9-tailed cat commander doing something? Just keep an eye on the formation. So, Chinyi began to walk in the trough, patrolling outside the 3 formations. From the gap in the center of the formation, roaring sounds could be heard from time to time. It can be seen that the fighting there is fierce. It's none of my business. I'm only responsible for looking after the formation to see if there are any problems. Chinyi looked away from the window and stared at the formation. Suddenly, there was a slight sound, like the sound of broken ceramics. Chinyi suddenly turned his head and looked at a formation on the left. I saw the formation that looked like an inverted translucent bowl. One after another, the ghosts are hitting the formation shield from within. Bang, bang, bang. Chinyi observed intently for a moment, and then his pupils narrowed slightly. Grass. The shield is about to crack. He rolled over, stretched out his neck, and stared at the shield. Only a large number of spider web-like cracks appeared on the translucent shield. And the ghosts are frantically hitting the cracks. There was only a thin formation shield between Chinyi and the ghost inside. He subconsciously uses his perception skills. The ghosts inside are basically middle class. Chinyi breathed a sigh of relief. If the formation cracked later, he would be able to deal with such ghosts. Of course, it is urgent now. This is not the time to think about this. Chinyi stretched his neck to shout, to give warning to the 9-tailed cat inside. But at this time, a change occurred. Boom. In front of Chinyi, there was a protective shield full of cracks. The ghost inside made a hole as big as the mouth of a bowl. Roar. Yinhun looked at someone about the same size, but he could get out of the hole. As soon as he got out, he roared, and ferociously pounced on Chinyi. Chinyi slapped him in the face. The ghost was directly shot away by him. But the next moment, the ghosts that dispersed into a black mist condensed and recovered again. And he attacked Chinyi again. Pinch it so hard. Seeing that physical attacks were not effective, Chinyi opened his mouth and took a breath. The ghost was sucked into his mouth. Swallowing mid-level 6 stage ghosts, evolution value plus 0.6. Qin Yi's body was shaken. What is this? Can it be eaten? Will it also give you evolution points? Qin Yi's eyes lit up and he looked towards the formation shield. Inside, thousands and countless ghosts were seen flying around. It's all evolution value. Qin Yi is so excited. It's just that the intelligence of these things doesn't seem to be very high. There was a hole as big as the mouth of a bull, but one didn't notice it for a long time. No, I have to help you. Qin Yi smiled sinisterly, then opened his mouth, aimed at the mouth of the bull, and activated his greedy mouth. Suddenly, the suction force in the mouth surged, directly pulling the ghosts in the shield over. Roar! The ghosts were pulled by the suction force and found a hole in the shield. They rushed towards the opening. Little did they know, there was a bloody mouth waiting for them outside the opening. As soon as they got out of the hole, they were swallowed up by Qin Yi. Swallowing mid-level 6 stage ghosts, evolution value plus 0.6. Swallowing mid-level 7th stage ghosts, evolution value plus 0.7. Swallowing mid-level 9th stage ghosts, evolution value plus 0.9. Qin Yi laughed excitedly. He sucked harder and harder. More and more ghosts poured into his mouth along the opening. This also caused the opening to gradually become unstable. Click, click, click. There were more and more cracks around the opening. Finally, with a bang, the formation shattered. Countless ghosts, without the protection of the formation, all let out shocking roars. The formation that trapped the ghost was broken. Thousands of ghosts had no time to be surprised or think too much before they let out a shocking roar. They roared ferociously and excitedly, as if they had been given blood. Boo-hoo-hoo. The unbound ghost flew away in all directions. They have no goal and no direction. Just rely on instinctive desire to move forward. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Qin Yi was yelling, looking anxious. The formation shattered. He didn't feel any shock or anxiety. On the contrary, it was because these ghosts ignored him and made him anxious. If anyone saw this scene, they would definitely be speechless. These days, there are still people who are close to the ghosts. Roar. Qin Yi's roar was very effective. It immediately attracted the attention of all the ghosts. The ghosts are filled with the desire to destroy and kill. I just don't have a goal right now. When they heard the roar, they immediately turned their heads to look for the source of the sound. Then, they saw a tortoise more than 20 meters tall, stretching its neck to look at them. That posture seemed to be eager to attract their attention. The ghosts felt inexplicably furious, roared, and rushed towards Qin Yi. Looking from above, then thousands of ghosts were seen, either galloping on the ground or shooting out of the sky. They all converged towards Qin Yi from all directions. Right, that is it. Qin Yi looked at the ghosts that were attacking him from all directions and suddenly laughed. His eyes shone with uncontrollable excitement. Roar. An intermediate 9th level ghost roared ferociously and rushed towards Qin Yi's head, seeming to tear it into pieces. Qin Yi immediately started his greedy mouth. A huge suction force emerged from his bloody mouth. He forcibly sucked this intermediate 9th level ghost into his mouth. Swallowing mid-level 9th stage ghosts, evolution value plus 0.9. Delicious, love it. Qin Yi continued to activate greedy mouth. The ghosts swarming around. They were all pulled by the suction force. He was swallowed into Qin Yi's mouth uncontrollably. The evolution value also skyrocketed. This is an extremely shocking scene. The overwhelming ghosts and fierce flames are eerie and terrifying. At this moment, he was devoured by an even more terrifying giant turtle. However, this situation only lasted for less than 10 seconds. Although the ghosts are mentally retarded, they are not really stupid. They watched as the same kind who rushed at the front were swallowed by the giant turtle. Instinctively, I felt the danger. Roar. The ghost behind was roaring, struggling, and flying back. It wanted to get rid of the suction coming from the giant turtle's mouth. Roar, roar. Where there is the first, there is the second. Soon, countless ghosts in the rear began to turn. If you want to get rid of the suction, stay away from the giant turtle. After all, he is also a middle-class ghost. They are far away from the giant turtle. The suction power is not as strong as expected. After a while, the ghost at the back broke away from the suction. They went crazy and fled in all directions. However, the ghosts did not have time to feel lucky yet. An even more terrifying suction force pulled them back again. Want to leave? No way. Qinyi saw that the ghosts began to flee in large numbers. Immediately use the violent talent. In an instant, his overall strength increased tenfold. The power of the skill, Greedy Mouth, has also increased tenfold. Boom! An even more terrifying suction force appeared from his mouth, as if it could tear the world apart. Boo-hoo-hoo. A ghost that wants to escape. A ghost close to him. The soil, stones, grass and trees on the ground. All were pulled by suction. In the end, they were all sucked into Qinyi's mouth. Delicious, love it. Qinyi squinted his eyes and started eating like a whale. At the same time, at the center of the trough, the 9-tailed cat and the 10 guards had a different feeling. 3 formations. Although most of the ghosts are trapped. But there are still some powerful ghosts who are not trapped. The strength of this group of ghosts is at the level of high level 7 or 8 levels. They surround the centermost yin soul bead. The 9-tailed cat and the 10 guards are fighting these ghosts. I will not give up until I take away the Yinhun pearl. And just when they were fighting fiercely, the formation on the left side behind him suddenly shattered. Immediately afterwards, thousands of ghosts, unbound by the formation, appeared near them. Not good. Yin Wadi was horrified. He was fighting fiercely with a high-level 7th level ghost. He was distracted for a moment by this sudden turn of events. The opponent immediately seized the opportunity and bit him on the wing. A gap immediately appeared in the wings. The same goes for the other guards, who were all injured to varying degrees. What's going on? How did the formation break? One of the guards was shocked. The 9-tailed cat is fighting the ghost of a high-level 9th level cat. Her face darkened. Yinwadi, what's going on? Didn't you say that Qinyi was watching from outside? The 9-tailed cat asked while beating him. Yinwadi didn't say a word. He was so angry that he couldn't even say anything. He had told Qinyi, once there is a problem with the formation, an early warning must be issued immediately. This special formation is broken. Qinyi didn't even make a sound. He looked up and saw those densely packed ghosts with extremely ugly expressions. The bodies of these ghosts can be restored even if they are scattered. Extremely difficult to deal with. Before the formation was broken, they struggled one-on-one. Now that the formation is broken, the overwhelming ghosts come over. By then, let alone fight with them. It's hard to say whether he will survive. However, the worst situation has just begun. The 3 formations influence each other. If one formation breaks, soon the other 2 formations will also break. Withdraw, we can't fight. The 9-tailed cat decisively gave up the fight, turned around and ran away. Yes, Yinwadi and other guards followed one after another. Stay close together, fight and retreat at the same time. When the 9-tailed cat saw the high-level ghost coming to kill him, he shouted sharply. Click. At this time, the shield of the second formation has been affected and has begun to crack extensively. The ghost inside became excited and frantically hit the broken shield. The 9-tailed cat and personal guard Nagato didn't even have time to think about it. Then it was discovered that the shield of the third formation also had large-scale cracks. It's over, it's over. Even the guards who had experienced hundreds of battles turned pale with fright. All ghosts, once they appear, will no longer be bound by the formation. What awaits them will be death. The kind of death that means no life. Also at this time, boom, boom, the kilometer-diameter formation was shattered. The ghost inside it, which covered the sky and the sun, broke away from the constraints of the formation and appeared in the air. They roared excitedly. The sound was earth-shattering and extremely terrifying. Commander, Yinwadi felt guilty and her eyes were blood red. He knew that it was all his fault. If he hadn't been careless, Qinyi would have been asked to guard outside. There wouldn't be such a serious flaw. Fight and retreat at the same time. We'll talk about the rest later. The 9-tailed cat said solemnly, but felt extremely uneasy. So many ghosts have all appeared. Experience told her that not only would they not be able to defeat them, they would also most likely die here. Hey, that white bone turtle made a mistake. The 9-tailed cat sighed inwardly. However, there is no point thinking about this now. As soon as this ghost appeared in the sky, even they can't protect themselves. Not to mention the high-level white bone turtle. I guess the white bone turtle has been torn apart by these ghosts by now, right? The nine-tailed cat thought this way and couldn't help but raise his head and look at the ghosts. She could already imagine the ghosts rushing towards them. Such a picture did not appear. On the contrary, the ghosts in the sky looked horrified, as if they had seen something extremely terrifying. They even ignored them and turned around to run for their lives. What happened? The nine-tailed cat opened its eyes wide and looked unbelievable. Call out. She jumped to avoid the attack of the high-level 9th-level ghost. Then he couldn't help but looked up at the sky again. The sky above is full of ghosts that cover the sky and the sun. Moreover, the ghosts actually looked frightened and tried their best to escape to the trough. The nine-tailed cat's pupils shrank and dilated, and his mood was extremely unsettled. What happened? These ghosts add up. Even high-level 9th-level demons like them can't resist it. But now, these ghosts are afraid and want to escape. Even they ignored it. Commander, there seems to be something wrong with the state of these ghosts. Yin Wadi was wary of the battle between high-level ghosts and observed the sky. Her voice was shocked. He also discovered something strange about the ghosts. They seemed to be targeted by some kind of terrifying entity, so they were running for their lives. We must escape too, to avoid being affected by that terrifying existence. Hurry up, the nine-tailed cat shouted, and then rushed in the direction where the ghost escaped. At this moment, her mood was very complicated. Fortunately, the ghosts had no time to take care of them and gave them a glimmer of hope. At the same time, they were worried that the existence that frightened the ghosts would target them. Boo-hoo-hoo. The nine-tailed cat and the 10 bodyguard captains broke free from the entanglement of the high-level ghosts. Then run wildly on the ground. Run away with the ghosts in the sky. God help me. Fortunately, the ghosts were targeted by a terrifying entity, so we were able to escape. I don't know what level that terrifying existence is. The captain of the guard also breathed a sigh of relief and laughed for the rest of his life. By the way, that white bone turtle. At this time, one of the wild bee guards spoke. Probably dead, Yin Wadi said gloomily. Pity. The nine-tailed cat in front sighed, feeling rather regretful. After all, the white bone turtle has such good qualifications, and she plans to cultivate them intentionally. What a pity. He almost delayed the important matters of leadership, and even almost killed us. Yin Wadi snorted coldly. No wonder him, he is just guarding outside. It is us who decide the outcome of the battle. Don't attribute all failure factors to the bone turtle who is only at the advanced level. The nine-tailed cat was running wildly and glanced sideways at Yin Wadi with a deep gaze. Rumble. They didn't say much. The ghosts fled in the air, and they fled on the ground. It was also at this time. Behind them, there was a violent roar. Boom, boom. It seemed like something was chasing after me quickly. And the movement was very loud, causing the earth to shake and make a rumbling sound. Is it the existence that makes even ghosts feel fear, coming here? The nine-tailed cat's heart trembled when he heard this. He suppressed his fear and turned his head to look behind him. At this glance, her limbs softened and she fell to the ground with a thud. Due to inertia, she rolled forward dozens of times. Commander, Yin Wadi and other bodyguards all moved over to surround the nine-tailed cat. However, the nine-tailed cat still didn't respond. He just looked back blankly, his eyes completely confused. What happened? Yin Wadi, Yefeng and other bodyguards looked behind them as they spoke. Then, they were also confused. Standing there, his whole body was stiff, his brain was numb, and his eyes were confused. What he saw behind him was that the person rumbling after him was not a terrifying existence, but that white bone turtle. A high-level white bone turtle. I saw this guy running wildly on the ground, pulling his neck and opening his bloody mouth, constantly sucking the ghosts in front of him into his mouth. It's just that the ghosts are very good at escaping. He had to chase the ghosts and looked very angry. You guys have to stop it. Don't run away. Use the same ferocity you had to bite me before. Come and kill me. The tortoise meat is delicious. Don't run, let me take a breath. Just one sip. I can't stand it anymore, let me take a sip. Qin Yi shouted, like a desperado who had been hungry for 3 days and 3 nights, his eyes were turning green. He's really cranky right now. He wants to stick out his head, open his mouth, and absorb the ghosts. Therefore it is impossible to roll with a turtle shell. And if this happens, his running speed will be greatly slowed down. I can only watch the ghosts fleeing from this place. He is heartbroken. It's all food. Watch the food escape. This is something he can't accept. Ha! The cold and arrogant nine-tailed cat opened his mouth wide when he heard Qinyi's words, and was immediately stunned. What's going on with this world? Such a terrifying ghost. Even a high-level 9th-level existence like her. It's all too difficult to cope with. But I didn't expect it. These ghosts were actually killed by a high-level giant turtle. Run away. There are at least 70,000 to 80,000 ghosts, right? None of them are very intelligent, they are cruel and brutal. There are very few things they fear. But now, they were all chased away by the giant turtle, looking frightened. What the hell is going on? Is it an illusion? Should it be an illusion? The nine-tailed cat murmured. The captain of the bodyguard was also shocked. They think this world is too weird. How could there be a giant turtle driving away 70,000 to 80,000 ghosts? What's more important is, this giant turtle also looks good at tempting others. The tortilla meat was so delicious that I could say all the words I wanted to say within one sip. What do you think of coaxing a baby? That's a ghost. 70 or 80,000 ghosts. Outrageous. Off the mark. Boom, boom, boom. Since they were in the confused stage and forgot to escape, there was actually no need to escape. Therefore, the white-boned turtle quickly came to them. Commander, brother, are you okay? Great. When Qinyi saw the nine-tailed cat and the guards, he said something perfunctory, his eyes frequently looking at the ghost in front of him. Well, I'm a little busy, I'll see you later. Qinyi was still thinking about cooking, so he said nothing. Just pass them. Don't run, let me take a few puffs. I can't stand it anymore. Qinyi sucked and chased, his tone was irritable. Originally, it was just a formation that was broken before. With his suction power, he can completely suck 90% of the ghosts in the formation into his belly. But he didn't expect that the other two formations would also shatter. This also causes more ghosts to escape from their bondage. And it is far away from him and not affected by his suction. When these ghosts see the same kind, they are being absorbed by a giant turtle. Not caring about anything else, he turned around and ran away. Qinyi saw more ghosts running around. He couldn't sit still anymore and could only chase and suck at the same time. It's not a hallucination. Such words appeared in the mind of the nine-tailed cat. Then, she fell silent. His face gradually darkened. The body gradually becomes tense. It took a long time. A being that scares them into following the ghost. It turned out to be a white-boned turtle. It's one of her men. Thinking of the scene just now, she and the guard commander were so frightened that they ran away. Her arrogant self-esteem was shattered bit by bit. The nine-tailed cat turned around and looked at the white-boned turtle. I saw a giant turtle running wildly on the ground. In front of the giant turtle, overwhelming ghosts were escaping. This scene came into view again. The nine-tailed cat still felt that it was too absurd, too nonsense, and too outrageous. Inexplicably, she seemed to understand the feelings of the ghost spider girl and the golden toad. This guy is really a scourge. No matter where he is, he can cause earth-shattering things. The nine-tailed cat's eyelids twitched, and finally he became speechless. Commander, let's go back. Yinwadi murmured, her eyes still a little dull. The nine-tailed cat didn't seem to hear, and was still in a state of confusion. It took a long time for her to react. Let's go and take the Yinhun pearl. The nine-tailed cat shook his head, but his mind was still confused. On the way back, the head of the wild bee guard said weakly, Commander, what should I do with the bone turtle? When the guards heard the words, white-boned turtle, their mouths twitched again. The shock this guy gave them was too great. I haven't calmed down yet. He will come back when he is full. The nine-tailed cat's eyes twitched and he spoke speechlessly. This guy can even eat ghosts. The key is, he can also digest them. Wild Bee lamented that he was also frightened, and he still hasn't recovered yet. So he is able to chase the ghosts away, not because he is strong, but just enough to restrain the ghosts. Yin Hua Dai said lightly, and after he had regained his composure, he spoke unconvinced. He should have never encountered a ghost before. I guess he didn't know he could control the ghost before. The nine-tailed cat glanced at Yin Wadi and said calmly. She had investigated Qinyi and found out that he had never left the land of death except this time. And the meaning of what she said was also obvious. In this case, Qin saw that the formation was broken and the ghost came out of the cage, but he still dared to get close to the ghost. Not everyone has this courage. When the nine-tailed cat said this, his tone became cold. Yin Wadi stopped talking and did not dare to speak any more. He could already feel that the nine-tailed cat was a little dissatisfied with him. A dignified and high-ranking 7th-level bodyguard commander. Frequently use words to target high-level white-bone turtles. The cat Nine Tails could hear it. This guy is too pushy sometimes, but otherwise he's fine. The nine-tailed cat said coldly. This sentence is for all the guards to listen to. What I mean is, don't look down on Qin for being weak, I like him. As soon as this statement came out, although the guardsmen no longer spoke, there was a big change in their hearts. The white-bone turtle is valued by the commander, and we must have a good relationship with the white-bone turtle in the future. Similar thoughts emerged in the hearts of the guards. Not a moment. The nine-tailed cat took away the soul pearl and returned to the edge of the territory with the captains of the bodyguards. But the nine-tailed cat did not return to the depths of its territory. She stood on the edge and looked out into the wilderness. Are you coming back yet? The nine-tailed cat sighed, and his face turned darker as he waited. 7 or 8 hours have passed now. Could it be that the white-bone turtle has already gone up and is not ready to come back? Ever since I saw the scene where the white-bone turtle chased away the ghost, she no longer felt confident in her ability to handle the white-bone turtle. At first she was still thinking, this white-bone turtle is gone and never comes back, which may be a good thing. She will be less stressed in the future. But gradually, her thoughts began to change. The white-bone turtle has excellent qualifications and an astonishing growth rate. Really ran away. That's a pity. You're not really going to come back, are you? It was getting dark, and the nine-tailed cat was still standing on the edge of its territory, with a cold face full of speechlessness. And after waiting for another hour, she was ready to give up and turn around to leave. There was a rumble in the distance. The nine-tailed cat immediately looked up. She saw a huge turtle shell rolling on the ground, approaching her quickly. The nine-tailed cat's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on its lips. But soon, she calmed down her expression and said coldly, "You're back. Commander, I didn't delay your business, did I?" Qin came to the nine-tailed cat, stretched out its limbs and head from the turtle shell, and grinned. "It's okay, are you full?" The nine-tailed cat said calmly. "Half full." Qin felt helpless when he talked about this matter. He chased her all day long. Not all the ghosts have been absorbed. The main reason is that these goods are too scattered. I can take care of this side, but I can't take care of that side. Only about 70% of the ghosts were eaten. Probably 50,000 to 60,000. Not bad. Qin can accept it. Of course, this is not the most important thing. His next evolution requires 120,000 evolution points. After swallowing the ghost, he had only accumulated 1 to 20,000 evolution points. As long as I can eat the 10,000 bone tombs in the Black Plains, I can evolve several times. Qin was again thinking about the army of bones in the Black Plain. You haven't even eaten enough yet. The nine-tailed cat twitched the corner of its mouth. That's 70,000 to 80,000 ghosts. Even if you only eat half of it. It is also an unimaginably huge amount. Can't this even feed Qin? Inexplicably, the nine-tailed cat felt a little uneasy. This product was more delicious than she imagined. No wonder, the ghost spider girl and the golden toad want to drive Qin away. Take some rest tonight, and I'll take you out hunting tomorrow. The nine-tailed cat said calmly, turned around and walked towards the field of flowers deep in the territory. She is different from other commanders. As soon as nothing happens, he will go out with the chief of guard. Look for relics or treasures buried throughout the underworld. Just in time, I took Qin with me to have a good meal. Thank you, Commander. Qin was overjoyed. In the coming time, Qin became busy. During the day, the nine-tailed cat took Qin and the other guards out. Of course, the captain of the bodyguard did not bring all of them. Some of the guards need to be in charge of the territory and keep an eye on the territory. Qin is not among them. Every time the nine-tailed cat goes out, he will be taken with him. Wandering in the wilderness all day, the nine-tailed cat and the chief guards also felt the harmful power from Qin again. No matter where he goes, this guy makes a fuss. This land looks good, let's swallow it. Commander, wait a moment. There seems to be a group of demonic trees on that mountain. I want to taste what they smell like. Brother Qin Yi, that's a pile of white gravel, not bones. Stop chewing it. Oh my God, that fool is here again. You fools, run away. You wolves, run away. The disaster is coming again. My life is at stake. Commander, run quickly. Qin Yi has caused a wave of rats again. Grass, don't go there, be careful to detonate the beast tide. Run quickly, the beast tide has been detonated by Qin Yi. Half a month passed like this under Qin Yi's torment. Qin Yi now is in the land of hundreds of flowers, no matter where he goes. Whether it's the guards or the captains of the guards. The look he looked at was disgusting and speechless. The main reason is that this product is too tossing. Every time you go out, it's going to be something earth-shattering. They were harmed and sharply improved their skills in escaping from danger. Sometimes, even a cold and arrogant leader like the nine-tailed cat. As soon as he saw Qin Yi, his face turned dark and he left quickly. They all seemed a little afraid of Qin Yi. Qin Yi was very straightforward and didn't mind their dislike at all. Everyone smiles when he sees him. Half a month has passed and I have eaten too much miscellaneous food outside. It can be considered as a full accumulation of 120,000 evolution points. Qin Yi left the plain of flowers and found a deserted land. Then he dug a hole and jumped into it. Let Xiaobai watch outside again. It's time to evolve. Qin Yi lay in the pit and said excitedly. Do you want to start evolving? Qin Yi chose yes. Evolving. In an instant, Qin Yi's figure changed. A 20-meter-tall giant turtle. The first is getting bigger again. It directly grew to a height of 25 meters, the size of a building, and it was a giant beast. The bone-white texture all over his body was filled with deathly silence and despair, and was gradually turning black. But it didn't turn completely black, but a gray between black and white. There is a sense of the embers of doom. At first glance, it is not only full of death and despair, but also full of doomsday temperament. The head resembles a turtle or a crocodile, like a demon from hell, coming with doom and despair. The pale cuticles all over the body are still there, but they have become darker, deeper and tougher. The pale bones that seem to emerge from under the skin, entangled, intertwined, and clustered around the head, limbs, and tail, gradually became darker and more complex and dense. However, they are not real skeletons. It can still bend and is very flexible, without affecting body flexibility. The turtle shell is no longer pale white, but turns black and gray, deep and thick. The moss and tree-like textures covering the turtle shell also turned into ember-like black and gray. The bone spurs covering it are still there and are 4 to 5 meters long. On this huge tortoise shell, the bone spurs of this length are like bulges of the tortoise shell and are not abrupt. This is the evolved giant turtle, the soul-eating yin bone turtle. Race: yin bone soul-eating turtle. Realm: Advanced Level 2. Skills: Sprint, Bite, Perception, Grass Shield, Rolling, Shock Wave, Bone Spur, Greedy Mouth, Ground Spur, Super Acceleration, Forced Turn, Camouflage, Extreme Yin War Cry. Talents: Color Change, Shock, Rage. Evolution Value: 150,000. I haven't skipped a section. At this level, it's very difficult to skip a section. Qin Yi glanced at the evolution panel and sighed. However, when he saw the new skills appear, a smile appeared in his eyes. Let's see what the new skills can do. Qin Yi immediately performed some tricks. Immediately afterwards, he was shocked. New skill: Extreme Yin War Cry. It is a sonic attack skill. After letting out a loud roar, it will shock the soul. In other words, he launched the extremely Yin War Roar, and with the roar, the souls of all creatures who heard the sound would be frightened, and in a short period of time, they would fall into a state of confusion, and a sluggish state as if they had lost their souls. Xiaobai, this is an example. She was hanging out nearby. Qin Yi just used his new skill and roared. Xiaobai immediately fell into a sluggish state. Of course, Qin Yi did not intend to use Xiaobai as an experimental example. After all, what if Jian's battle cry shatters the living soul? Therefore, Qin Yi turned his back to Xiaobai and roared in the opposite direction. And deliberately lowered his voice. It only slightly affected Xiaobai. In this way, Even if Xiaobai is affected by Jian's war cry, it won't be a big deal. This skill is pretty good. With one roar, I can make the enemy lose consciousness. Whether I am attacking or escaping, it will be beneficial. Qin Yi climbed out of the pit, came to Xiaobai who was in a sluggish state, and then began to think. He lay there and guarded Xiaobai. After a while, Xiaobai gradually came back to his senses. Boss, I'm so dizzy. Xiaobai was swaying as if he was drunk. Go back to my turtle shell and have a good rest. Qin Yi coughed. Oh, Xiaobai crawled, and finally returned to Qin Yi's turtle shell, and then fell asleep. Where will you find food next? Qin Yi raised his head and looked into the distance. He is currently still in the plain of 100 Flowers to the east. It's just relatively remote and relatively close to the Black Plain. His gaze looked deep into the plain. 10,000 Bones Tomb. Qin Yi swallowed. Those bones, he wants to eat. But finally, he held back. Move those things. None of the commanders would agree. Even the Yin Death Python might be dissatisfied. Forget it, just bear with it for a while. Qin Yi sighed and returned to the Plain of Flowers. He thought that during this period, he could just follow the nine-tailed cat and go out to look for food. Only, when he returned to the depths of the Field of Flowers, when I saw the cat with 9 tails, but he found that her face was gloomy, her eyes were filled with suppressed anger, and she was staring at him. Not just the cat 9 tails. There were also 10 guardsmen present. Their faces were ugly and they were staring at him coldly. Mutated, the 9-tailed cat said coldly. Well, Commander, what are you? Qin Yi took half a step back and said doubtfully. White bones from the Black Plain, are they delicious? The 9-tailed cat sneered. I didn't go to the Black Plains. Qin Yi said in surprise. He realized that the 9-tailed cat commander had misunderstood. The leader believes that the reason for his mutation is evolution. It was because he secretly went to the Black Plain and devoured the army of bones. Qin Yi just wanted to explain. The 9-tailed cat's next words made his heart sink. The 10,000 bone tombs in the Black Plains were alarmed. The army of hundreds of thousands of bones has rioted. During your absence, it has already poured into the 10,000 bones mountains. The 9-tailed cat said coldly. As soon as this statement came out, the 10 chief guards had already stood up and surrounded Qin Yi. It has nothing to do with me. Qin Yi was shocked. He did have the idea of going to the Black Plains and devouring the bones. But he just thought about it and didn't go. During this period, I have noticed from your eyes that you miss those bones very much. Where were you just now? The 9-tailed cat stood up and walked towards Qin Yi, with a gloomy look on his face, questioning Qin Yi. I mutated and found a no-man's land. Commander, you still don't know me. I'm following you during this period, looking for food everywhere. These foods have long been enough for me to mutate. There is no reason for me to provoke those bones. Qin Yi said with a gloomy face. He just happened to be left alone to evolve. Just then, the 10,000 bones tomb in the Black Plains was disturbed, and an army of hundreds of thousands of bones rioted. Isn't this all too coincidental? However, he really couldn't explain it. He had a motive for thinking about the tomb of 10,000 bones, and the cat with 9 tails saw it out. And he likes to mess around, and he also has the ability and courage to build the tomb of 10,000 bones. Just now, he left alone, and the 10,000 bones tomb was disturbed. These are a series of factors that come together. The probability of him disturbing the tomb of 10,000 bones is really high. The 9-tailed cat didn't speak, just stared at Qin Yi quietly. For a long time, her expression relaxed and she dismissed the 10 chief guards who surrounded Qin Yi. But he frowned again. The 10,000 Bone Mountains is the territory controlled by the ghost spider girl to the west. The 9-tailed cat raised its head and looked to the west. It was almost destroyed there. All the personal guards will not survive. Only the ghost spider girl survived, but her body was seriously injured. Fortunately, she has been taken to the residence in the sky by Lord Yin Death Python for treatment. As soon as the 9-tailed cat's words came out, Qin Yi's pupils narrowed. So serious, then he fell silent. After a long time, he spoke. Commander, it really has nothing to do with me. I believe you didn't go. The 9-tailed cat said calmly. She believed in Qin Yi. After all, during this period of time, She saw that this guy resisted the desire to eat bones and would rather follow her around and look for food. Therefore, it is impossible for Qin Yi to cause trouble at this juncture. But as soon as the nine-tailed cat finished speaking, the conversation changed sharply. But other commanders won't believe it. Even if you didn't go, you still have the responsibility. The nine-tailed cat raised its head and stared at Qin Yi. Because you disturbed the tomb of 10,000 bones before and even led an army of bones for a walk. This in itself has stimulated the tomb of 10,000 bones. Follow the words of the cat with 9 tails. Qin Yi's pressure increased dramatically. He had an inexplicable feeling that his situation in the Yin Deathland would probably become more and more difficult next. Night. Qin Yi was lying deep in the field of flowers, not going anywhere. The nine-tailed cat didn't let him wander around. He also sent the chief of the wild bee guards to keep an eye on him. But he also knew it. It was absolutely chaotic tonight. It's just that the nine-tailed cat leader is helping him hold it up. That's why he lies here so comfortably. Brother Qin Yi, there is something I don't know whether I should say or not. Bumblebee coughed and said, just tell me. Qin Yi was a little irritable. If you really didn't disturb the tomb of 10,000 bones. If the riot at 10,000 bones tomb didn't happen because of your previous stimulation. Then there's only one possibility. The wild bee saw Qin Yi. He whispered, someone wants to harm you, after all, you are so popular. Qin Yi's eyes widened and he said, am I popular? I'm almost like a street rat. After he finished speaking, his face darkened. Who in this hellish place doesn't know that he was driven away by the ghost spider woman and the golden toad? Boss, that's what you think. Xiaobai feels uncomfortable holding some words in his heart, but now he has to say them. Xiaobai's voice came out from the turtle shell. The wild bee stopped talking. He knew that there was a little spider following Qin Yi. Say it. Qin Yi said, the boss thinks that Commander Ghost Spider Girl and Commander Golden Toad dislike you, so they drove you away. But in the eyes of little people like us, it's different. You're welcome. Look, the Ghost Spider Girl doesn't want you, and the Golden Toad is rushing to get you. Even if the Golden Toad doesn't want you, the nine-tailed cat commander is still rushing to get you. Besides, no matter how much trouble you cause, the commanders are not really angry, let alone attack you. Xiaobai said with envy. The wild bee was nearby and nodded frequently. He was very touched. Don't look at the nine-tailed cat commander who is indifferent to everyone. But he still cares about Qin Yi very much. The last time I snatched the Yin Soul Pearl. Just because the most powerful guard commander, Yin Wadi, targeted Qin Yi with words. He was immediately warned by the nine-tailed cat leader. So, in the eyes of the guards and even the head of the guard, you are a piece of cake. Everyone thinks you have a bright future and are favored by the commander. No matter how much noise you make, you will not be punished. This will definitely make many guards, even the captain of the guards, envy and hate you. Xiaobai said softly. I didn't. Don't think about me. Muttered the wild bee. Qin Yi closed his eyes and did not respond. Gradually, the night got late. A wild bee dozed nearby. Qin Yi opened his eyes and whispered, Xiaobai, please go out, you are like this. Not a moment. 2 palm-sized noobs quietly left the turtle shell. Qin Yi watched Xiaobai moving among the flowers and grass, his calm eyes gradually becoming cold. Who wants to frame him? He didn't know, but there are ways to find out the truth. To know, there are many things worth pondering in this bone riot incident. First, he had just been out alone. Then the bones in the Black Plain rioted. From this point of view, the people who want to frame him are very familiar with his movements. As a result, the scope is narrowed. The person who wants to frame him must be near him. Secondly, who doesn't like him? Who else has the motive to mess with him? He thought of Yinwadi. Before he came, Yinwadi is the strongest guard commander here, a high-ranking 7th level warrior. Popular with nine-tailed cats. Just since he came, the nine-tailed cat's attention fell on him. In addition, Yin Wadi was dissatisfied with his words and was warned by the nine-tailed cat. Yin Wadi was even more dissatisfied with him. This is all speculation. I need to verify it, Xiaobai, it's up to you. Thinking of this, Qin Yi lay down again. It's about to dawn. Xiaobai is back. She tiredly got into Qin Yi's turtle shell. Another 2 hours passed. The nine-tailed cat came to Qin Yi. The Golden Toad Commander in the south, the Green Ox Commander in the north, and even Lord Yin Death Python who lives in the sky have all asked me about you. The nine-tailed cat said calmly. Qin Yi opened his eyes and stared at the nine-tailed cat. I have suppressed this matter. During this period, you will stay with me and not go anywhere. The nine-tailed cat didn't say much, but said that the problem had been solved. Yes, Commander, Qin Yi said listlessly. Time passes day by day. At first, Qin Yi was hotly discussed by his guards. No matter where he goes, everyone looks at him with various meanings. However, this heated discussion gradually faded away as time went by. Qin Yi has returned to his previous mentality. Whatever you say. I just never detonated the Tomb of 10,000 Bones. He continued to follow the leader of the nine-tailed cat and look for food outside. Still capable of causing trouble. It can detonate a beast tide at every turn. He skinned the mountains at every turn. Wherever you go, you eat. Still so heartless. Only, in Qin Yi's heart, he still struggled with what the nine-tailed cat commander once said. Even if you really didn't go, you still have the responsibility. Because you disturbed the Tomb of 10,000 Bones before and even led an army of bones for a walk. This in itself has stimulated the Tomb of 10,000 Bones. This gave Qin Yi more motivation to find the truth. Half a month later, late at night, Qin Yi was as usual. After returning from going out to look for food, he returned to the field of flowers to rest. It's been so long. There was no longer a guard captain or guard watching him nearby. Qin Yi raised his head and looked around, seeing flowers blooming on the flat grassland. There's nothing feminine here. When he saw this, he rolled his turtle shell and left quietly. Along the way, he avoided any negative things. Finally, I came to a remote place in the plain of flowers, dug a big hole, and got into it. If the evolution points are not fully accumulated, it is not the time to evolve yet. But Qin Yi didn't come here to evolve. Just lying in the big pit and doing nothing. And his behavior also has a purpose. I just want to repeat the script from last time. Leave alone. Created, he gives people the motive to secretly go to the Black Plains to detonate the Tomb of 10,000 Bones. Time passed slowly. Qin Yi waited in the pit for a while. In his turtle shell, Xiaobai suddenly made a frightened sound. Boss, I found out who framed you. Xiaobai's voice was extremely frightened, and his tone was trembling. Who? Qin Yi whispered, but his heart sank. It's Yin Death Python. Xiaobai panicked. Qin Yi's eyes widened. What the hell? A sinister python. There was a huge wave of fear in his heart. He thought about everyone. I just never thought about the Yin Death Python. During this period, at night, I will listen to the boss and go to the Black Plain to leave a scent. Just now, my scent came into contact with the Yin Death Python. It's such a big snake, like a dragon. Xiaobai trilled. Qin Yi took a deep breath, lowered his head and said, Commander, the Tomb of 10,000 Bones was disturbed again. It was not me who disturbed it. You can see clearly. In front of him, there was a white wooden sign. That is the identity mark of the personal guards and the commander of the personal guards, and can also be used for sound transmission. Except for the white wooden sign. There is also a diamond-shaped, fist-sized black stone. At this moment, the black stone was continuously glowing, reflecting Qin Yi. This is called the shadow-seizing stone. The nine-tailed cat could see Qin Yi through the shadow-seizing stone. During this time, he went out with the nine-tailed cat. He forages for food, and the cat of nine tails forages for relics and treasures. The shadow-seizing stone is the treasure they found together. Deep in the field of 100 flowers, the nine-tailed cat spoke calmly to his golden and wooden sign. After finishing speaking, she looked at the two shadow-seizing stones on the ground. One of the shadow-catching stones emitted a curtain of light, inside which was Qin Yi's figure. There is also a shadow-catching stone, which also emits a light curtain, showing the figure of the Yin Death Python. She is good at calculations and has already placed the shadow-seizing stone deep in the Black Plain. She just wanted to see who was causing trouble. Only. She never expected that it was Lord Yin Death Python. At this moment, the night is dark and the wind is howling. The nine-tailed cat raised its head and looked into the distance, its tone solemn and full of worry. It's been half a month since the ghost spider girl was taken to the Yin Death Python for treatment, and there has been no news. This time, who are you going to take to heal? This night is destined to be restless. The bone tomb in the Black Plains was disturbed. An army of hundreds of thousands of white bones surged out of the Black Plain. But this time, the direction of their attack was to the north, the area ruled by Qingjiao Niu. When day comes, the nine-tailed cat received a message from the golden toad. Nine-tailed cat, the army of bones appears again. They destroyed the northern area, and only the commander of the green dragon Niu was seriously injured and survived. Did Qin Yi do it? Yes or no? The golden toad's voice was angry and frightened. How long has it been? The west side leads the ghost spider girl, and the north side leads the green dragon ox. All were destroyed by the army of bones. Only the commander was seriously injured and survived. Although they were all taken to heaven for healing by Lord Yin Death Python. But after all, life is at stake. If this continues, will the deadly swamp to his south be the next to suffer? No, the nine-tailed cat put away the golden and wooden cards after saying a word. Regardless of whether Golden Toad believed it or not, he ignored it after saying it. But she knew that Golden Toad must not believe it. Now it's not a question of whether you believe it or not, but a question of how hard you can protect yourself. The nine-tailed cat sighed. When she found out that it was the Yin Death Python that did all this. Then the riot at 10,000 Bones tomb is not important. As for Qin Yi, it was just the reason why the Yin Death Python wanted to take the opportunity to launch the 10,000 Bones tomb riot. The one who was thrown out and took the blame. Commander, didn't you reveal the truth? Qin Yi was always by his side. After last night's verification, he proved that he was not the mastermind behind the scenes. He achieved complete trust with the nine-tailed cat. No need to reveal it. Once it is revealed, the Yin Death Python will directly attack us. The nine-tailed cat shook his head. Now that she is in dire straits, she will not reveal the truth for the sake of safety. Why did the snake do that? Qin Yi couldn't understand, so he asked. The nine-tailed cat looked into the distance without speaking, its eyes were deep and thoughtful. After a while, she spoke. 50 years ago, a similar scene happened. At that time, I was not the leader here. At that time, the commander of the west seemed to be a yaksha. The leader in the north seems to be an ice fire ape. The leader in the south seems to be an ancient snake king. And the leader to the east seems to be a ferocious demon ant. She usually has nothing to do, she just likes to go out to search for ruins and treasures, and also likes to dig into the history of the Yin Death land. But she didn't know much, and could only dig out some superficial information. At that time, there was also a riot at the Tomb of 10,000 Bones, which destroyed all the commanders and their subordinates. That's why we have the upper hand. The nine-tailed cat turned its head and looked at Qin Yi. The Yin Death Python is harvesting the leader, fattening it first and then harvesting it. Are you a new round? Qin Yi's eyes flashed. The Tomb of 10,000 Bones in the Black Plains. It is estimated that the Yin Death Python intentionally placed it there and did not deal with it. The rich yin qi released from the 10,000 Bones tomb covers the entire Yin Death land. Also let the personal guards, commanders, etc. in the underworld die. I didn't think too much about the real reason why the Tomb of 10,000 Bones was left there. Now, Qin Yi understands. The 10,000 Bones tomb is the Yin Death Python, a tool used to harvest his subordinates. Normally, my subordinates absorb the rich yin energy released by the 10,000 bone tombs and continue to grow stronger. At the same time, it can also attract yin objects with good qualifications to join the Yin Death land. Wait until almost the same time. The Yin Death Python also used the 10,000 Bones tomb to harvest all of its men. We don't have much time. Next, it may be our turn. The nine-tailed cat said calmly. After she said that, she turned to look at Qin Yi. Especially you. You have grown so fast, so you must have the bloodline of the top ancient yin creature. The Yin Death Python will never let a fat guy like you go. Qin Yi's reaction was very dull. Just run away. By the way, how much do you know about the realms above high level? Lying next to the nine-tailed cat, he said calmly. Above the high level is the spiritual sea realm, the real realm of cultivation. The Yin Death Python should be in the spiritual sea realm, or even higher. After all, over the years, he has harvested subordinates one after another, and his strength cannot be underestimated. The nine-tailed cat said. Commander, let's run away. But we can't do it now. We have to pretend we don't know and deal with the aftermath of the bone riots urgently. We can't let the yin death python see anything unusual. After a few days, we will take the opportunity to go out and run away directly. Qin Yi said. He now has no intention of devouring the army of bones. Compared to food, he wants to save his life more now. That's it, but for now, your mentality needs to be stable. Now in the eyes of other commanders and guards, you are the culprit who detonated the tomb of 10,000 bones. The nine-tailed cat glanced at Qin Yi, his eyes full of sympathy. It's all little things. Qin Yi grinned. In the following time, the golden toad from the south led his men directly to the east to confront the nine-tailed cat. He wants the nine-tailed cat to hand over Qin Yi. Such a big thing happened under such circumstances, and we must give an explanation. Let him out, Golden Toad said angrily. The nine-tailed cat did not let Qin Yi come forward. She just stood there, followed by the 10 personal guards. The powerful strength makes Golden Toad dare not act rashly. Finally, the Golden Toad left angrily. The nine-tailed cat stared at the Golden Toad's back and did not feel relaxed. Now, even her men are restless. They didn't know the truth and mistakenly thought Qin Yi was the culprit. I also want Qin Yi to give an explanation. It was just that the cat with 9 tails was suppressing him, so he didn't cause any trouble. If this continues, even I won't be able to suppress it, and it will become more and more chaotic. The 9-tailed cat turned its head and looked at its 10 bodyguard captains. Among the chief guards, there were also several who wanted to cause trouble for Qin Yi. It was only her pressure that kept her from messing around. But pressure won't solve the problem. Over time, it will inevitably become chaotic. Finally, she left. As usual, deal with the riots, rest and practice. 10 days later, as time passed, everyone's tense nerves slowly relaxed, and they seemed to have forgotten about the riots at the tomb of 10,000 bones. The 9-tailed cat also took action at this time. Take this token, this is the way I have found for you. The 9-tailed cat handed Qin Yi a black token made like bronze. Qin Yi put it on the ground and took a look, and suddenly took a breath of cold air. I saw the words, Reincarnation Hall, engraved on the token. The Palace of Reincarnation. Is it the Palace of Reincarnation that I imagined? Qin Yi murmured. He had always thought that this underworld was disordered and filled with all the underworld beings that occupied the land. But seeing this token, he thought a lot. The Palace of Reincarnation is the eternal and most powerful force in the underworld. It is rooted in the center of the underworld and governs the laws of life and death in both the yin and yang realms. It is the most feared force among all the underworld creatures. Based on this, all evil creatures dare not approach the Reincarnation Hall. Therefore, the location of Bai Mingdi is far away from the Reincarnation Hall. The 9-tailed cat only told this information at the critical moment before taking action. After her explanation, Qin Yi then realized that the underworld was not disorderly and chaotic. The underworld here still has institutions similar to the underworld. That is the Palace of Reincarnation. Rooted in the center of Hades. Surrounded by disorderly underworld, countless underworld creatures live. And on the edge of the disordered underworld is the territory of Bai Underworld. Deeper than Bai Underworld, it is the habitat of the demons of the underworld, the remnants of the netherworld, and the demons of the underworld. In short, they are all far away from the Palace of Reincarnation. There is an official organization. With such a force, why didn't the commander tell us earlier? Wouldn't it be better for us to join the officialdom? Qin Yi's eyes lit up, feeling that he had found an organization. The 9-tailed cat is puzzled and does not understand the words of officials and institutions. But she also roughly understood what Qin Yi meant. She sneered and said, "Do you think that based on your strength and my strength, the Samsara Palace will be worthy of you? If she could join, she would have joined long ago." "It's okay, I'll find a way," Qin Yi said, thinking in his eyes. Since there is the Reincarnation Hall, it also has the authority to control the laws of life and death in the yin and yang realms. This gave him hope, a hope that has never been spoken, buried in the heart. He wants to return to the earth. Leave first and then talk. The 9-tailed cat said calmly, and then took action. As usual, she went out with her guards to hunt for treasures and forage for Qin Yi. This move did not attract the yin death python's attention. They left the underworld smoothly. The nine-tailed cat didn't dare to be careless and went 200 miles into the chaotic underworld before stopping. Everyone, the mountains are high and the road is far. See you again when we are destined. The nine-tailed cat turned around and looked at the captains of the guards behind him. This time, she only brought 6 personal guards including Qin Yi. No extras, otherwise, it will attract the attention of the Yin Death Python. Commander, what happened? Yinwadi said in shock. From the moment he came out, he noticed something was wrong. The commander kept running, constantly moving away from the Yin Death land. Now he said something strange. The other guards chiefs also looked at the nine-tailed cat in confusion. The tomb of 10,000 bones was disturbed by the Yin Death Python. He wants to use the army of bones in the tomb of 10,000 bones to harvest the major commanders. If you continue to stay there, you will also be buried in it. The nine-tailed cat looked at the chief guards with emotion and a trace of reluctance in his eyes. After all, they were all the personal guards brought out by her. Qin Yi, let's go. The nine-tailed cat said no more, and did not want to wait for the reaction of the guards. She just chose Qin Yi, then plunged into the depths of the disordered underworld, and never came back. Yin Wadi and other personal guards watched the nine-tailed cat and Qin Yi leave, stunned. For a long time, only then did Yin Wadi speak. Commander, why did you choose Qin Yi? The commander is very realistic in his work. Everyone is very aware of Qin Yi's growth potential. The head of the Wild Bee Guard sighed softly. They know that they have been abandoned. But not angry. On the contrary, I am very grateful to the nine-tailed cat. At least the commander led them to escape before leaving. As for what the commander said, was it a lie? No one can doubt it. The commander didn't even take the territory and ran away. It's worth explaining everything. Rumble. Qin Yi's turtle shell rolled and moved quickly on the ground. The cat with 9 tails is beside him, walking side by side easily. She stayed away from Yin Wadi and other personal guards. He took out the golden wood cards again. The golden toad in the dark place of death. Run away. The Yin Death Python. The 9-tailed cat holds a golden wood sign in its mouth. While running, he told the story that the Yin Death Python wanted to borrow the 10,000 bones tomb to harvest the leader. Real or fake? The golden toad's voice came from the golden wooden tablet, with a tone of shock and fear. I have already escaped. You can find a way to escape. The 9-tailed cat said. Why don't you wait for me and run away together? Wait. Oh, the 9-tailed cat, you are so insidious. You want me to attract the Yin Death Python's attention to you. Golden Toad's tone became more urgent. He still didn't know what the 9-tailed cat was planning. The cat 9 tails ran away first. Tell him the truth again. In this way, once he runs away, it will definitely attract the attention of the Yin Death Python. After all, he is the only leader left in the underworld. No matter what he does, he attracts attention. Shouldn't you thank me? At least I told you the truth. The 9-tailed cat said indifferently. She directly cut off the communication with Golden Toad. Then he notified the 5 guards chiefs and numerous guards in the territory to flee for their lives. Do it all. She opened her mouth and threw away the golden and wooden cards. Commander, why did you only choose me? Qin Yi couldn't help but speak at this time. I happen to have 2 reincarnation tokens, which I dug out from a certain ruins in my early years. You and I happen to have 1 each. The 9-tailed cat said calmly. She jumped lightly, climbed over a big mountain, and continued running. Qin Yi rolled along the mountain, flew up, drew a parabola, and caught up with the 9-tailed cat again. I mean, why choose me, instead of choosing your other guards? After Qin Yi saw the various methods of the 9-tailed cat, he was worried that the cat 9 tails would trick him. Your growth potential is amazing. If you rise in the future, don't forget me. The 9-tailed cat turned its head and looked at Qin Yi deeply. Rumble. One night, both the 9-tailed cat and Qin Yi were running wildly without stopping, getting further and further away from the place of death. They felt it was not safe and continued running for 2 more days. Finally, we came to a dark and barren mountain. The reincarnation token, once activated, can be sensed by the Samsara Palace. The 9-tailed cat placed his reincarnation token in front of his eyes. Qin Yi followed suit and put the reincarnation token in front of him. When the time comes, the Yin soldiers and generals from the reincarnation hall will come here. The nine-tailed cat took a deep breath. She, who had always been steady and indifferent, actually looked nervous and uneasy. Then what? Qin Yi was infected by the nine-tailed cat's emotions and became nervous. When the time comes, it depends on whether they will accept us. The nine-tailed cat whispered. Qin Yi stopped talking and watched the cat nine-tails operation. In his heart, he still wanted to join the Samsara Palace. That is the official organization of the Underworld. Once added, not just backed by a super big tree. There is still a chance to return to the earth. Put the blood in. After the nine-tailed cat said that, he bit the tip of his tongue, and a drop of black blood seeped out and fell on the reincarnation token. Qin Yi followed suit and dripped his own black blood on his reincarnation token. When the two reincarnation tokens came into contact with the black blood, they quickly absorbed it. The black reincarnation token with bronze texture began to emit black light. Moreover, ripples spread out in all directions from the black light until they disappeared. Next, the nine-tailed cat and Qin Yi did nothing. Just sit here and wait. One day later, daytime. In this barren mountains and ridges, the nine-tailed cat and Qin Yi seemed to sense something and raised their heads to look ahead. Boo-hoo-hoo. 7 or 8 black shadows came across from the distant sky. In an instant, he arrived in front of the nine-tailed cat and Qin Yi. Everyone who has met the reincarnation hall. The nine-tailed cat quickly lowered his head, as did Qin Yi. Where did the reincarnation token come from? A black figure emerged from the crowd, 9 feet tall, wearing black clothes, with a sinister and hoarse voice. Replying to your lord, I obtained this from a ruin somewhere. And I also obtained a will from the ruins. After the nine-tailed cat said that, he waved his forelegs lightly. A ring on her right forelimb glowed. Then a black jade slip was thrown from the ring. The black shadow waved, and the black jade flew into his hand. The nine-tailed cat and Qin Yi did not raise their heads, waiting. The surroundings fell into dead silence. After a while, the black shadow put away the black jade slip and sighed softly. It's Brother Yang Ming's will. It seems that Brother Yang Ming is not missing, but died outside. Black Shadow said with emotion. The many black figures behind him started talking in low voices. Tell me, what are your requirements? I can satisfy you. The shadow waved his hand, and the shadows behind him all shut up. I sincerely ask you all, lords of the reincarnation hall, to take us two in. The two of us have been longing for the palace of reincarnation for a long time. We want to join the palace of reincarnation and work for the palace of reincarnation. The nine-tailed cat said sincerely. Humph, that's quite clever. The black shadow snorted softly, as if he had expected that the nine-tailed cat would say this. You can enter, but that tortoise is too weak, so he can't join. The shadow said calmly. The nine-tailed cat was surprised, thanked him repeatedly, and then looked back at Qin Yi. After hesitating for a moment, she spoke. He said some good things about Qin Yi's amazing potential. What knowledge do you, these wild creatures, have? A mere high-ranking person dares to use his or her qualifications to make matters worse. In the Palace of Reincarnation, there are many ghost creatures with amazing qualifications. The black shadow directly interrupted the nine-tailed cat and said coldly. Yes, the nine-tailed cat sighed softly and said no more. It's really hard for her to judge how high Qin Yi's growth potential is. Because the Palace of Reincarnation is the most powerful force in the Underworld. The words spoken by people from this top power are extremely convincing. Boss, goodbye by chance. Qin Yi was also a little disappointed, but he was not discouraged. Instead, he raised his head and grinned. The cat Nine-Tails helped him a lot. Although he was not selected by the Reincarnation Hall, he was still very grateful to the Nine-Tailed Cat. The Palace of Reincarnation is rooted in the center of the Underworld. Its scale is majestic and towering, covering an area of millions of miles. Countless gloomy and quaint palaces are scattered throughout it. All kinds of powerful underworld creatures shuttle through it. The Palace of Reincarnation is the most eye-catching. It is a gray stone monument 100,000 meters wide. The stone tablet stands in the center of the Samsara Hall, sinking into the sky and connecting to the sky and the earth. In the end, I still joined the Reincarnation Hall. Outside the palace complex at the edge of the Reincarnation Hall, Qin Yi looked at the stone tablet in the distance and twitched his lips. 5 hours ago. Originally, the dark shadow, after choosing the nine-tailed cat, bluntly stated that he could not join the Reincarnation Hall. But the black shadows behind that black shadow didn't know what they said. After some discussion, he was allowed to join the Samsara Palace. They took me in the end. There must be something wrong with it. Qin Yi already felt something unusual. Because those 7 or 8 black shadows led them across the void and came to the back of the Samsara Palace. He was thrown outside the Palace of Reincarnation. The nine-tailed cat was brought into the Reincarnation Hall by them. During this period, none of the 7 or 8 black figures spoke or informed him of anything. Just throw him outside the palace complex at the edge of the Reincarnation Palace. Currently, he has been standing here for 4 hours. Boss, why don't we leave? I feel like they are playing tricks on us. Xiao Bai said weakly. In her impression, Yin Death Land was the top power. As for the Samsara Palace, she couldn't even imagine how powerful it was. Therefore, I still have an inexplicable fear of the Samsara Palace in my heart. Hold on. Qin Yi lay on the ground and waited patiently. Although he didn't know what he was waiting for. Another hour passed. A cold and slightly doubtful voice came into Qin Yi's ears. Are you the new Yin Shen? Hearing this, Qin Yi looked up. Then I saw a woman wearing a black dress next to me. The woman has a delicate figure, skin as pale as a corpse, and a melon-shaped appearance that is delicate and beautiful, but her eyes are sharp and majestic. At this moment, she was frowning slightly and looking Qin Yi up and down. You are? Qin Yi asked cautiously. Your boss. The woman said calmly, and then sighed softly. She found that this new Yin Shen was too weak. Boss, that's the boss. Boss, I just came here and I don't understand many things. Can you explain it to me? Qin Yi said respectfully. When the woman heard this, she said nothing and looked gradually tired. It seems that it is not just the strength that is weak. Still a newbie who doesn't know anything. It was probably the group of people above who randomly collected femininity from the wild for her. There is, in the Reincarnation Hall. The woman was silent for a long time, and finally spoke without showing any impatience. Qin Yi nodded frequently. I quickly understood some basic information about the Samsara Palace. It turns out that this is the Palace of Reincarnation. It is divided into the Yinshen Department, the Good and Evil Department and the Hell Department. Among them, the Yin Shen Division is responsible for the pursuit of murderers. Regardless of the Yin objects in the Underworld or the Yin world, those who violate the laws of Yin and Yang will be hunted down by the Yin Death Division. Therefore, the Yinshen Division is also known as the Yin Shen Chai Ji Division. The Yin Shen chased the GC and was divided into another level. It is called Yin Shen Gate, also known as Yin Shen Chai Men. There are 200 evil spirits chasing evil gates. In order to compete for the resources handed down by the Yinshen Division, the competition between them was fierce. Qin Yi joined one of the Yin Shen Chai Men. The woman in front of him is the person in charge of the Yinshen Zuji sect, also known as the sect master. Qin Yi, on the other hand, is the subordinate of the sect master. Do you understand everything? The woman in black skirt said calmly. Understood, boss. We are responsible for arresting those who violate the laws of Yin and Yang. We are the head catchers in the Underworld, also known as the Yin God. Qin Yi grinned. You are too weak to take on this responsibility. The next thing you have to do is become familiar with the environment here. The woman in black skirt said expressionlessly. Let's go. This palace complex is the office of our Yinshen sect. The woman in black skirt turned and walked towards a palace complex on the left side, talking as she went. It's the Yamen of the Underworld. Qin Zie murmured, but did not exaggerate. This is the Palace of Reincarnation, and everything here is unfamiliar to him. Since the sect leader says he can't do it, that means he can't do it. He didn't say anything, rolled his turtle shell, and followed the sect master into the palace complex. After a while, they arrived at the deepest main hall. It's just that Qin Yi is too big and can only stay in the open space outside the palace. Seeing this scene, the woman in black skirt felt tired again. The group above deliberately assigned me subordinates who are big, weak and don't understand anything. You are trying to cause trouble for me. The woman in black skirt sighed inwardly, shook her head, turned around and entered the main hall. After a while, she walked out, followed by a group of people and demons. Qin Yi took a closer look and saw 5 people and 6 monsters. New subordinates, please get to know each other. The woman in black skirt glanced at the 5 people and 6 demons, then looked at Qin Yi, and said calmly. The 5 people and 6 demons looked at Qin Yi expressionlessly before introducing him. Bronze level Yin Shen, Zhou Ming, high level 9th level. Bronze level Yin Shen, Yin Shui, high level 9th level. Bronze level Yin Shen, Wangcheng, high level 9th level. Bronze level Yin Shen, Red Snake, high level 9th level. Bronze level Yin God, silver level Yin Shen, Yang Zan, 1st level of Linghai realm. After they introduced each other calmly, it was Qin Yi's turn. But Qin Yi started to murmur, thought for a moment, and asked, Sect Master, what level of Yin Shen am I? I don't even understand this. Why did the Sect Master accept him? Someone couldn't help but speak. Yin gods are divided into bronze level, silver level, gold level, yellow level, Zan level, earth level and heaven level. In our Yin god sect, I am a gold level Yin god. You also know what levels the others are. And you just joined now, so you have no status level. The door owner ignored his subordinate's questions and looked at Qin Yedao. Oh, I am Yin Shen, Qin Yi, high level 2nd level. Qin Yi coughed and introduced himself. Only the 2nd level of advanced level. Master, why did you accept him? Our performance is not good to begin with, and we just can't get enough resources from above. Usually carrying out missions is already very dangerous, but taking him with you is even more of a burden. More and more subordinates complained. Qin Yi saw their eyes looking at him with anger and disgust. He was also furious, thinking that by targeting me, you were targeting a soft persimmon. Let's tolerate him for now, and then we can fight back after we get familiar with this place and gain a firm foothold. The door master turned his head, glanced at his subordinates with sharp eyes, and suddenly became quiet. Yin Shui, take him with you. The door owner didn't say anything and directly arranged Qin Yi's whereabouts. Yin Shui is a white-haired woman with a weak figure. When she heard this order, she looked a little embarrassed and opened her mouth to say something. But when he looked up and saw the unquestioning gaze of the door owner, he sighed and said, yes. Boss. Qin Yi looked at Yin Shui and said, come with me. Yin Shui glanced at Qin Yi and said expressionlessly. Then she walked to the right, passed through several palaces, and came to a huge and empty palace. Qin Yi followed obediently. This is your residence. I live next door. Don't bother me when you have nothing to do. I will call you when there is a mission. Yin Shui didn't even look at Qin Yi. After speaking, she walked into a gloomy dark room next to her and never came out again. Qin Yi stood in front of the empty palace, looking up at the dim sky, and remained silent for a long time. Boss, you are usually cheerful and talkative. Are you sad now that you are like this? Xiaobai feels so uncomfortable seeing you being so angry. Xiaobai didn't know what to say, but his words were sad and angry. What are you thinking? Your boss is just hungry. Qin Yi twitched his lips. For him, except for food, everything else is a trivial matter not worth taking to heart. Going on a mission. Yin Shui appeared, standing outside Qin Yi's residence, and shouted coldly. Rumble. Qin Yi came out of the palace, eyes excited, and said, Boss, what's the mission? He was almost exhausted, since arriving at the Yinshan gate. It has been half a month now. In the past half month, Yin Shui entered the dark room next to her and never came out again. He couldn't sit still and wanted to find something to eat, so he wanted to go out alone, but was stopped by the door owner. Therefore, Qin Yi stayed in his residence for half a month. The kind that doesn't eat or drink. He was almost worried to death. Now, I heard Yin Shui's voice. Even if this white-haired and delicate woman despises him no matter what. He thought it was a wonderful sound. Yin Shui glanced at him and said nothing, just threw a copper token to him. Qin Yi opened his mouth and bit it, and as soon as his body came into contact with the copper token, a piece of information poured in from the token and was sensed by him. Bronze level mission. Kill the high-level 7th level golden-toothed rat. Task content. This rat communicates between the yin and yang realms and violates the law of non-interference between the yin and yang realms. It is not tolerated by the underworld and needs to be killed on the spot. This task is not difficult. The main purpose of this trip is to walk you through the process. Once you are familiar with it, you will have to perform the task alone. Yin Shui walked while talking. Thank you, boss. Qin Yi followed, feeling very excited that we could finally go out to look for food. Yin Shui said nothing and walked out of the Yinshan gate silently. Qin Yi followed and walked out, facing forward, looking at the endless wilderness, with great pride in his heart. My stomach is already so hungry and thirsty. Can you keep up? Suddenly, Yin Shui turned her head and glanced at Qin Yi coldly. Boss, I can keep up, don't worry about me, just do your best. Qin Yi grinned. Yin Shui shook her head, but she didn't believe it. But seeing that Qin Yi was so heartless, he was content for so many days and didn't cause any trouble to her. And he even called her boss. I didn't mind at all that I was verbally targeted by my colleagues that day. It can be seen that Qin Yi is still very easy to get along with and can be dealt with. It's a pity, it's too weak. If Qin Yi was stronger, she wouldn't mind having a close relationship with him. Yin Shui took a breath and said calmly, I will slow down and try to keep up. After saying that, she flashed and rushed into the wilderness ahead. Qin Yi's turtle shell rolled and he followed up with a rumble. After a while, he caught up with Yin Shui. Yinzu's white hair fluttered in the wind, and her beautiful face looked even more delicate. She turned her head and glanced at Qin Yi, who was following her, feeling satisfied. Now, her speed is at the level of advanced third level. Qin Yi, a high-level second-level player, can keep up, which shows that his speed is comparable to that of a high-level third-level player. But she estimated that was the limit. She did not embarrass Qin Yi and kept her speed limited to the advanced third level. Boss, how far is it? Qin Yi asked from inside the turtle shell. Outside the reincarnation hall is the chaotic yin earth. As they traveled through this wilderness, they also traveled through the disorderly underworld. The disordered yin soil is very vast. At the current speed, we can arrive in 3 days. Yinzu groaned. Hurry up, Qin Yi said. He didn't want to wait any longer. He was so hungry that he couldn't bear it. Oh, so confident. Yinzu was surprised. Hey. Qin Yi smiled. If you can't keep up later, don't complain in front of me. Yin Shui raised the corner of her mouth and sneered. Call out. Yin Shui suddenly accelerated, crossing 10,000 meters in an instant. In the wilderness, it is like a passing white ghost. This is the speed of the advanced fourth level. Rumble. Turtle shell followed again. Yin Shui just wanted to see how far behind Qin Yi was. When she turned around, she saw the turtle shell coming towards her, and her expression suddenly changed slightly. Yin Shui's eyes widened, and finally she closed her mouth, a serious look in her eyes. Call out. She sped up again. This time, her speed reached the advanced 7th level. From the speed of advanced level 4, it is directly mentioned to the speed of advanced level 7. In the wilderness, she turned into an afterimage, and it was difficult to catch her figure with the naked eye. This time, should, Yin Shui murmured, then turned around to look, her expression suddenly changed. She seemed to have seen something incredible. His mouth was open, his eyes were wide open, his face was confused, he was actually frightened. Rumble. Turtle shell caught up with her again. Why are you so fast? Yin Shui came back to her senses, suppressed the shock in her heart, and couldn't help but ask. The turtle shell is rolling faster and faster. Qin Yi said indifferently. Although he is a high-level second-level player, his speed is not slower than that of a high-level third-level player. If you turn on super acceleration, it will be comparable to the speed of high-level 5th stage. If you activate the violent talent again, your strength will be improved in all aspects, including the power of your skills. Then the super acceleration with the blessing of violent talent. It can make his speed soar to the level of advanced 7th level. Yin Shui's face darkened. This guy talks so much nonsense. It is true that the turtle shell rolls faster and faster. But you are only at the 2nd level of advanced level. How can there be any reason for it to go faster and faster, soaring to the 7th level of the advanced level? Simply outrageous. Brother Qin Yi, everyone underestimates you. Yin Shui suppressed her shock and looked at Qin Yi deeply. This guy can run so fast. There is only one reason. This turtle has the qualifications to be a monster. Qin Yi smiled but did not respond. Although he was heartless, he didn't seem to care about anything. But I also know that blindly hiding one's abilities is not a good thing. Look now, his advantage in speed has also won the respect of his colleagues. Brother Qin Yi, is beyond words. All good things must be achieved through one's own abilities. Qin Yi has always recognized this sentence in his heart and understands it deeply. Brother Qin Yi, can you go faster? Yin Shui asked curiously. Her long suppressed mood gradually let go. Again. Qin Yi is an easy colleague to get along with. If he is strong, she is willing to have a deep friendship with him. When Qin Yi said these words, Yin Shui's heart was shaken. Can it be sped up? This qualification is beyond shameful. Okay, let's keep the speed of the high-level 8th stage. Yin Shui said that and accelerated again. Boom. Her speed increased again, and the air was making a crackling sound. Yin Shui, who possesses high-level 9th level strength, can still move easily at this speed. It's just that she cares more about Qin Yi's speed. After all, this guy's strength is only the 2nd level of high level. Rumble. The turtle shell rolled and caught up with the snow again. Yin Shui took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled it, trying to calm down the shock in her heart. You can't go any faster, or you won't be able to catch up. Qin Yi shouted. He used all his strength this time. Okay, listen to you, Brother Qin Yi. Yin Shui smiled faintly. Sister Yinzu, how long until we reach our destination? Qin Yi asked. 3 hours. Yin Shui raised her eyebrows and responded with a faint smile. Chapter 51. 3 hours later, Yin Shui and Qin Yi arrived at their destination. A land full of weeds. Among the grass, a hole the size of a calf can be vaguely seen. These caves are densely packed. Familiar feeling. Qin Yi glanced at it and inexplicably remembered the tide of extremely sinister rats he had hunted. Don't make any noise. The golden-toothed rat is hidden among the rats. It is always cunning. If it finds us, it will definitely flee underground. Yin Shui whispered. Always cunning. Could it be that this thing has committed crimes before and has never been caught? Qin Yi lowered his voice and said. That's not the case. It's just a group of golden-toothed rats. I don't know where they got the secret method of connecting the yin and yang realms. They are habitual criminals who bridge the realms of yin and yang. Kill one, and another will appear and continue to communicate between the yin and yang worlds. Yin Shui sighed, feeling helpless. Then just kill them all. Qin Yi was about to move, his eyes were red, and the killing intent in his body was about to be released. They can't be killed. They live underground. Once they find danger, they will escape underground. As soon as Yin Shui finished speaking, he saw Qin Yi's turtle shell rolling and he was about to rush forward. Her face changed slightly and she stepped forward to stop him. I have experience in dealing with these things, let me kill them all. Qin Yi licked his lips and smiled solemnly. The first task is to kill the golden-toothed rat that connects the worlds of yin and yang. Yin Shui raised her eyebrows and said in a deep voice. Then what to do next? Qin Yi said sadly. Just watch from the side. You are a newcomer. You don't need to participate in this mission. The main thing for you is to watch, listen and learn more, and see how I perform my tasks. Yin Shui said this, patted Qin Yi's turtle shell, and put on the air of a senior. Qin Yi wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Yin Shui. Brother Qin Yi comes from the disordered underworld, and he is a wild man. He naturally has a set of wild methods. However, your wild approach will not work in the reincarnation hall, and it will easily cause trouble. Yin Shui shook her head, with a helpless smile in her tone. Fine. As soon as Qin Yi heard the words, reincarnation hall, he was convinced. Such a big force has been taking root in the underworld for who knows how long. To be able to stand up to this day must have its strong foundation and means. He lay down and looked at Yin Shui quietly. Watch more, listen more, and learn more. Your sister Yin Shui is sincerely doing your best and will not cheat you. Yin Shui said with a smile when she saw Qin Yi's sullen voice. Qin Yi nodded. When Yin Shui saw this, she took out the copper-colored token from her arms. I don't know what method she used. The copper-colored token shook slightly, and then glowed softly yellow. The yellow light flowed along the token, poured into Yin Shui's body, and finally flowed into his eyes. Yin Shui's eyes were covered with a layer of dark yellow. She whispered, "This is the reincarnation chasing evil technique. Once activated, the token can be activated. The light on the token belongs to the power of order in the underworld. Its only function is to help me find the one on my mission. The golden-toothed rat to be killed. Qin Yi was stunned and nodded. Okay. Seeing Qin Yi's completely convinced look, Yin Shui raised the corner of her mouth. In fact, she looked down on the wild tricks of those wild creatures outside the reincarnation hall. Not only her, but also the entire Yinwu in the reincarnation hall. But Qin Yi is an exception. Because he has the qualifications to be a monster. Therefore, Yin Shui was willing to teach him patiently. Now, she casually used a method of killing yin objects in the Samsara Palace, completely convincing Qin Yi. Yin Shui still felt a bit proud in her heart. Just watch from here. Yin Shui said a word, her eyes were covered with Xuanshuan yellow light, and she rushed out. She flitted across the grass, her eyes scanning the ground. 1,000 meters in an instant. Suddenly, Yin Shui paused, stopped his body instantly, and slapped his right hand to the ground. All I heard was a roar. The ground cracked, spreading into dense spider web-like cracks. Chi chi chi. The group of golden-toothed rats sleeping underground were completely awakened. The squealing screams of the rats came from underground. Then the earth shook, and thousands of calf-sized golden-toothed rats emerged from the ground. The originally angry golden-toothed rats wanted to kill the idiot who alerted them. But when he saw Yin Shui, especially when he saw the mysterious yellow light in Yin Shui's eyes, he was so frightened that his souls came out, and they burrowed back underground one after another. Boom. The ground is shaking. It's the rats swarming underground. They don't show up. They move underground, trying to escape. Yin Shui snorted. She had just locked onto the golden-toothed rat she wanted to kill in the mission. That palm had already stunned him. She didn't care about the swarms of golden-toothed rats escaping underground. Another palm strike to the cracked ground. I vowed to shock that golden-toothed rat to death. She slapped it with one palm. Boom. The ground cracked again, forming a huge pit. The voices of Yin Shui and Qin Yi sounded at the same time, escape. Although the golden-toothed rat fainted, it was taken away by other golden-toothed rats, causing her palm to miss. Yin Shui was startled and looked up at Qin Yi, who was nearby. How did this guy know? She only sensed the location of the golden-toothed rat with the Xuanshuan yellow light. However, the current situation was urgent and Yin Shui had no time to think too much. Her eyes, covered with a layer of mysterious yellow light, stared at the ground. Then he stepped out and ran on the ground, chasing the golden-toothed rats escaping underground. Just a moving golden-toothed rat. Even if it is locked, it will be difficult to hunt it down. It takes a little more time to kill it. It was also at this time. Qin Yi, who was nearby, couldn't sit still. Sister Yinzu, let me help you. Qin Yi rushed over and activated his perception skills to sense the densely packed golden-toothed rats underground. Immediately activate the violent talent, and your strength will be improved in all directions. Finally launch shock wave and ground stab. The giant turtle stomped down. Boom. Terrifying shock waves spread from the soles of his feet and rushed directly to the ground and in all directions. Visible to the naked eye, this piece of barren grassland shattered and then collapsed, forming a huge crater thousands of meters long. At the same time, dense rock spurs suddenly emerged from the ground and pierced directly into the ground. When Yin Shui saw this, she was startled, subconsciously jumped to the flat ground in the distance. She didn't want to think too much and looked up. The ground within 3,000 meters collapsed. A large number of rock spurs, 4 or 5 meters high, emerged from the ground, and the corpses of thousands of golden-toothed rats were hung on the rock spurs. Yin Shui's eyes widened, her pupils contracted and then dilated, her mood was extremely unstable and she was confused. Suddenly, she took a breath of cold air. Just because she saw the collapsed earth and black blood began to emerge. It's the blood of the golden-toothed rats. Yin Shui suddenly turned her head and looked at Qin Yi to the side. This guy actually knocked to death all the golden-toothed rats underground within a radius of 3,000 meters with one kick. Also includes the golden-toothed rat that must be killed in the mission. Sister Yin Shui, most of these gadgets are mid-level. There are only 4 or 5 high-level golden-toothed rats, but most of them have escaped. However, the golden-toothed rat that you knocked unconscious did not escape and is already dead. Qin Yi smiled. Yin Shui fell silent, her whole body numb. This Qin Yi's method is really wild. However, it does work. I'll have a meal first and see you later. After Qin Yi said a word, he began to hunt down some of the golden-toothed rats underground that had already escaped. Boom, boom, boom. Qin Yi's skills are fully activated. The turtle shell hit the ground and bounced up, or stomped the ground to release the ground thorns. Yin Shui was frightened and looked horrified. So strong. Yin Shui couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She originally thought that Qin Yi's speed was different from ordinary people, and he was already amazing. I never thought that Qin Yi's strength was so terrifying. Half an hour later, after Qin Yi eliminated all the golden-toothed rats, he opened his bloody mouth and activated his greedy mouth. In an instant, mud, gravel, golden-toothed rat carcasses, turf, weeds. It was all swallowed into his mouth. And this scene shocked Yin Shui again. Swallow the sky and eat the earth. Yin Shui looked at the giant turtle from a distance, with a bit of awe in his eyes. If anything, she was just shocked by Qin Yi's strength before. So now, she already felt a bit scared, even though Qin Yi is only at the second level of high level. Qin Yi swallowed up the golden-toothed rat, field weeds, etc., and looked at the evolution panel. Race. Yin bone soul-eating turtle. Realm. Advanced level 2. Skills. Sprint, bite, perception, grass shield, rolling, shock wave, bone spur, greedy mouth, ground spur, super acceleration, forced turn, camouflage, extreme yin war cry. Talents. Color change, shock, rage. Evolution value. 4,150 thousandths. It only increased by 4,000 evolution points, so it's not bad. It's better than nothing. Qin Yi smacked his lips, barely satisfied with this harvest. Since the last time he evolved, he hasn't eaten. Now that it has finally risen a bit, he is naturally happy. But, it's a rare trip this time. We can't just go back. Qin Yi looked at Yin Shui who was walking towards him. Yin Shui looked at this area with a dark face. The grass is gone and the land is desolate, as if a layer of skin has been peeled off. It felt like it had been plowed. She didn't expect that this guy's tormenting ability was so strong. Sister Yinzu, do you still have any missions? We finally took a trip out and completed other tasks by the way. Qin Yi asked. Well, it does. Yin Shui was stunned for a moment, then said in deep thought. She has seen how powerful Qin Yi is, and she is moved and wants to complete the remaining tasks. Think of this. Yin Shui took out several bronze tokens. Bronze level task. Cover the extremely yin true water lake. Task content. Creatures from the Yang realm communicate with the yin and yang realms and steal the resource of the underworld, the extreme yin true water lake, which violates the law of non-interference between the yin and yang realms and is not tolerated by the underworld. This hidden danger needs to be cut off immediately. Bronze level mission. Destroy the white yin monkey group. Task content. The white yin monkeys steal the incense from the yang realm, violating the law of non-interference between yin and yang realms, and are not tolerated by the underworld, so they need to be killed on the spot. Bronze level mission. Kill the high level 9 level snake bone king. Task content. This snake communicates between the yin and yang realms and violates the law of non-interference between the yin and yang realms. It is not tolerated by the underworld and needs to be killed on the spot. There are 3 tasks. Let's start with the simplest one, which is to kill the high-level 9th level Snake Bone King. Yin Shui told Qin Yi one by one the tasks in the token. However, Qin Yi decisively chose the first task, to cover up the Jian Junshui Lake. This task seems simple, but the operation is cumbersome and requires the formation of formations. Yin Shui shook her head, subconsciously trying to act like an old-timer. But when I think of what Qin Yi did just now, then he hesitated. Okay, let's start by covering the Jian True Water Lake. Yin Shui nodded. According to the location marked by the token, 1 person and 1 demon will set off immediately. After an hour, they reach their destination, a land surrounded by mountains, with a lake within it. Qin Yi walked to the lake and looked into the lake. The water in the lake was dark, like ink, and peaceful. Is Jian Junshui Lake precious? Qin Yi looked at the lake and asked. It is not precious in the underworld, but in the upper world, it is a certain material in the method of refining weapons. Therefore, there are often creatures in the yang world that communicate with yin and yang and steal this water. Yin Shui was very busy. As soon as she arrived here, she kept taking out formation materials from her body. She planned to arrange a formation to cover the lake and separate the yin and yang. Come here and watch me operate. Watch more, learn more and listen more. This is the unique method of the Samsara Palace to separate the two realms of yin and yang. Although the arrangement is a bit cumbersome and can only be completed in one day, it is a method that Yin Shen must master. Yin Shui lowered her head and fiddled with the formation while talking. I see. Qin Ziyi was absent-minded and walked to the shore. Out of habit, he took a sip of lake water. The evolution value does not respond. Disappointment appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, under the lake, a black fish suddenly jumped out of the water and swept towards it with its tail. Hit Qin Yi directly in the face. Qin Yi didn't feel any pain, but he felt insulted. After the black fish fell back into the water, it did not leave. Instead, it emerged from the water and stared at Qin Yi coldly. Court death. Qin Yi took a bite. The black fish was very flexible and dived back into the water in an instant, avoiding Qin Yi's bite. Then he zoomed away, and the fish's head emerged from the water, looking at Qin Yi provocatively. That look in his eyes seemed to be saying, I'm so jealous. Don't get close to Jian Junshui Lake casually. There are a lot of fish in it, and most of them are pretty strong. These guys are very aggressive and like to provoke and lure shore creatures into the water. Yin Shui said helplessly when she saw this scene. At first, she was teased by the fish in the lake and was helpless. Later, she got used to it as she came into contact with it more. So arrogant. The water must be drained. You can't be spoiled. As soon as Qin Yi heard that there were many fish in the lake, his heart suddenly moved. There is no need to go to such trouble. We only need to use the unique methods of the Reincarnation Hall to cover up with formations. Yin Shui fiddled with the formation materials, looked up at Qin Yi, and then felt num sigma degree hollow up pointing triangle degree underscore. I saw Qin Yi standing by the lake, opening his mouth and starting to swallow the sky and the earth. The calm lake water was sucked into his mouth. Due to the strong suction power, the lake water turned into tornadoes, rushing into Qin Yi's mouth. Heu was very arrogant at first, provoking Qin Yi. But as the lake water was sucked away by Qin Yi, he panicked and hurriedly got into the water. It's so annoying, I'll see how arrogant you are later. Qin Yi opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the lake water crazily. Boom! The monstrous lake water was swallowed up by Qin Yi with great momentum. A large number of fish in the water were mixed in the waterspout, and they were all swallowed up by Qin Yi. Swallowing the middle-level black fish, evolution value plus 0.1. Swallowing the middle stage second stage black fish, evolution value plus 0.2. Swallowing the mid-level 9th level black fish, evolution value plus 0.9. Swallowing the initial stage 9 black shrimp, evolution value plus 0.09. Swallow a high-level giant bone fish, evolution value plus 1. Never mind the fish or shrimp. Qin Yi became excited when he saw that he had gained a lot of evolution points by devouring them. He sucked harder and even turned on his violent talent. The suction force in the mouth increased tenfold. A series of high-level giant bone fish, 4 meters long, covered with bony fish scales, struggling in the water. But the suction force in Qin Yi's mouth became stronger, and he sucked the fish into his mouth and swallowed it directly. Yin Shui was stunned. Qin Yi's way of doing things is too wild. She was caught off guard. Not a moment. This lake is thousands of meters wide. It was unexpectedly swallowed clean by Qin Yi. The lake became a huge puddle. Yin Shui looked dumbfounded. Suddenly, a copper-colored token she placed next to her gradually disappeared. The bronze-level reincarnation mission order disappears, which means, the mission is completed. Watching the token disappear, Yin Shui murmured. She still couldn't believe it. Mission completed. Let's go and continue to complete the next task. When Qin Yi heard Yin Shui's words, he licked his lips and grinned. He swallowed up the entire lake, including all the fish and shrimps in it. Gained an evolution value of about 5,000. So cool. Yin Shui fell into silence and became numb. Based on her approach, she should spend a day setting up the formation to cover the lake, and then the task would be completed. But this guy doesn't play by common sense. He opened his mouth and swallowed up all the water in the lake. The efficiency is still very high. It only took half an hour. I just want to cover up the Jian Junshui Lake. It's better for you to just drain it all. Yin Shui didn't know what to say, she felt confused. Can the task still be done like this? Look, this is a complete cover-up. The creatures in the Yang realm want to steal it, but they don't have a chance to do it. Qin Yi was very straightforward and serious. As long as I swallow it all, it is equivalent to covering up. When Yin Shui heard this, the corner of her mouth twitched, and she was speechless. Let's go and carry out the next mission. Bronze level mission. Destroy the White Yin Monkey Group. Task content. The White Yin Monkeys steal the incense from the Yang realm, violating the law of non-interference between Yin and Yang realms, and are not tolerated by the Underworld, so they need to be killed on the spot. After a while, Qin Yi and Yin Shui arrived at their destination. A monkey mountain. Qin Yi, Sister Yin Shui, go and perform your mission. I'll be waiting for you. Don't worry, I understand. Watch more, learn more, and listen more. Yin Shui, operator, no need, let's take action together. Qin Yi, don't you need me to study next to you? Yin Shui grinned. No need, it's better to use wild methods. Learn more, watch more, and listen more. This guy's wild ways are beyond common sense. It's much easier than the formal route in the Reincarnation Hall. Qin Yi. Next, Monkey Mountain suffered. Qin Yi transformed into a bulldozer and rolled the turtle shell, crushing the Monkey Mountain. Then he was rude, simple and direct. When he saw the White Yin Monkey, he would crush him. Boom, stomping the ground. The shock wave killed a large number of monkeys that were running away. Roar, the high-level White Yin Monkeys were killing Qin Yi. Yin Shui jumped up and smashed it into pieces with one punch. The two of them cooperated. Qin Yi is responsible for killing all the middle-level White Yin Monkeys as well as the weaker high-level White Yin Monkeys. Yin Shui is responsible for killing the top-level White Yin Monkey. One person and one monster. The cooperation gradually became tacit. It took less than an hour. Then the Bai-Yin Monkey group was destroyed. It feels so good. Yin Shui smiled. This wild road is really easy to use. Boom. Qin Yi began to devour the sky and the earth. Monkey Mountain has been shattered. He opened his mouth and swallowed all the monkeys, stones, soil, vegetation. This guy probably has innate magical powers similar to those of the ancient evil creature Teoti. Yin Shui watched in amazement. Not a moment. Qin Yi swallowed up all of Monkey Mountain. In the end, he obtained 7,000 evolution points. Including the previous ones, I have saved a total of 16,000 evolution points. Qin Yi was secretly surprised. I still have some tasks here, let's do them along the way. Yin Shui smiled. Next, Yin Shui no longer does things as well as before. She doesn't need any methods of Reincarnation Hall. Execute the mission. The process is not important. Results are what matter. Just follow Qin Yi and push all the way and that's it. And as the tasks are completed one after another quickly, Yin Shui's mentality changed. Yin Shui was excited. This mission is to destroy the Yinhun. Let's go and push it directly. Yin Shui was excited. Qin Yi, I have detonated the beast tide, and the mission targets that need to be killed are inside. The next step is left to you. If a high-level strong man kills you, I will stop it. Yin Shui smiled evilly. This lake and this yin wood forest, you just push it horizontally. If a high-level powerhouse takes action next, I will stop it. Qin Yi was speechless. Yin Shui looks like a delicate white-haired girl, and her words and deeds are gentle and weak. Why did the character gradually collapse? Why do you become more ruthless than him in what you say and do? Hurry up, Yin Shui urged. Okay, here we come. Qin Yi was ashamed. He felt that this trip was a far journey. It wasn't Yin Shui who was teaching him. Instead, he led Yin Shui into trouble. When I go back, the master won't beat me, right? Qin Yi opened his huge mouth and swallowed the lake, muttering in his heart. Time gradually passed while the two of them were doing their tasks. 5 days later, Qin Yi and Yin Shui returned. It was peaceful and uneventful along the way. I'm going to retreat. As soon as Qin Yi returned to Yinshanmen, he got into the huge palace. In the past 5 days, in addition to doing tasks, he also found a lot of food to devour. The evolution value has been accumulated. It's time to evolve. Do you want to start evolving? Qin Yi chose yes. Evolving. Qin Yi's figure changed. A 25-meter-tall giant turtle. The first is getting bigger again. It directly grew to 30 meters high. Thanks to the huge size of the palace, it could still accommodate him. The gray texture all over the body has the aura of doomsday embers. At this moment, it has turned into a black texture, surging with a feeling of depth, death and despair. The head resembles a turtle or a crocodile, like a demon from hell. It is still almost the same as before, unchanged. There is still a sense of domineering and cruel déjà vu. The dull stratum corneum covering the skin of the whole body turns completely black. It was black at first, but later it ate white bones and turned white. Now it's dark again, but deeper, tougher and thicker, and its defense has increased again. The gray bones seemed to have emerged from under the skin, entangled, intertwined, and clustered around the head, limbs, and tail. They had turned completely black and became more complex and dense. However, they are not real skeletons. It can still bend and is very flexible without affecting body flexibility. The turtle shell is no longer pale white, let alone black and gray, but has completely turned black, thick, hard and simple. The moss and tree-like textures covering the turtle shell are still as black and gray as embers. The bone spurs covering it are still there and are 5 or 6 meters long. On this huge tortoise shell, the bone spurs of this length are like the bulges of the tortoise shell and are not abrupt. This is the evolved giant turtle, the abyss yin bone turtle. Race: abyssal yin bone turtle. Realm: advanced level 3. Skills: sprint, bite, perception, grass shield, rolling, shock wave, bone spur, greedy mouth, ground spur, super acceleration, forced turn, camouflage, extreme yin war cry, white beam impact. Talents: color change, shock, rage. Evolution value: 180,000. In this evolution, the appearance has not changed much, but the size has become larger. The main reason is that I eat a lot of miscellaneous food, and I don't eat some treasures that can completely change my appearance. Every time Qin Yi evolves, he will reflect on it. Gradually, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In this evolution, as expected, the strength has been upgraded to the 3rd level of high level. At the same time, he gained a new skill, white beam impact. Qin Yi immediately used this skill once. I was shocked immediately. This skill actually involves opening your mouth, absorbing the water vapor between heaven and earth, condensing it in your mouth, turning it into a thick water column, and then spraying it out. The water jet is very powerful, like a water jet. He sprayed it out and made a big hole in the palace wall. Yes, it would be better if it were a light beam. Qin Yi smacked his lips, barely satisfied with this skill. Although it's not the beam skill he prefers. When it is sprayed out, it is a beam of light that destroys the world. It's majestic just thinking about it. But he felt that in the future, as he continued to evolve, he would be able to master it. Of course, the improvement of strength is the main thing. I have not forgotten the tomb of 10,000 bones in the hell of death. Yin Death Python, right. I will come back to you soon. Qin Yi smiled solemnly. Qin Yi, who had just evolved, heard someone calling him outside the palace. Qin Yi went out and saw the owner, a majestic beauty wearing a black dress. In addition, there are 4 people and 6 demons. Except for Yin Shui, the other colleagues are all here. Boss, what's the matter? Qin Yi walked out and asked doubtfully. The door owner looked at Qin Yi, his tired expression no longer the same as before. Instead, there was a smile in her eyes, and her eyes looked at him very softly. High level 3, I've really become stronger. When the door owner saw Qin Yi walking out, he took a few glances and exclaimed. Qin Yi grew bigger and his appearance also changed. Just like what Yin Shui said. Qin Yi didn't say anything. He wouldn't talk about evolution casually. I have already heard what Yin Shui said about you. The door owner smiled softly, with emotion and excitement in his eyes. At the beginning, she was worried that Qin Yi would be assigned to her. She was very tired. Qin Yi is big and new and doesn't understand anything. She would suffer a loss if she entered the Yin Shen sect that she managed. But now, the door owner's mind has changed. She was glad that she took Qin Yi in. Listen to what Yin Shui says. This guy has incredible potential. Just the 2nd level of high level, the speed is comparable to the 8th level of high level. Now it is the 3rd level of high level, and the speed is absolutely comparable to the high level of 9th level. More importantly, Qin Yi's combat effectiveness is also amazing. I heard from Yin Shui that Qin Yi's advanced 2nd level skills are comparable to those of high level 7th level players. Now at the 3rd level of the high level, the strength is not inferior to that of the high level 8 level. This all shows that Qin Yi's potential is terrifying. Fortunately, I took him in at the beginning. When the sect master thought of this, the smile on his face became even brighter. There are men with such amazing qualifications. Who wouldn't feel happy? Thank you very much for the sect master's approval. As long as the sect master does not dislike or abandon you, I will definitely follow the sect master's footsteps and strengthen the Yinshan sect. Qin Yi grinned. Both the ghost spider girl and the golden toad drove him away. Obviously, he has no intention of betrayal at all. When he thought of this, he was extremely emotional. Hearing this, the door master nodded, his eyes softening even more. She really believed what Qin Yi said. Before Qin Yi's qualifications were exposed, she had observed Qin Yi. Qin Yi's personality is very easygoing and straightforward. Easygoing. His personality is such that if you offend him a little, you will even look down on him. He won't be angry either. Instead, he will use his own strength to prove his worth. To gain respect from others. Let me ask you, which leader doesn't like such subordinates? Therefore, the sect leader did not doubt what Qin Yi said, but also affirmed it. Of course, as long as you give me food. Qin Yi coughed and added another sentence. You still talk about such a trivial matter, how can I treat you badly? Don't worry about food. As long as you work at my Haisha Yin sect with peace of mind, you will not be short of food. The door owner shook his head and smiled helplessly. Thank you, master. Qin Yi felt more at ease. Taking advantage of the door owner's attitude towards him to change, he climbed up the pole to get more information that he didn't understand. For example, what is the Black Evil God Gate? In the Reincarnation Hall, there are 200 Yin God Gates. Our Yin God Gate is called the Black Evil Yin God Gate. Haisha Yin Shen sect, because of its outstanding performance, ranks 20th among the 200 Yin Shen sects. The higher the ranking, the wider the scope of jurisdiction. At this time, a subordinate behind the door owner spoke. Currently, our Haisha Yin sect governs the underworld area within 10 million miles. As long as anyone commits an offense within this scope, we have the right to deal with it. If you don't understand anything, you can ask us. The other sect masters' men also spoke one after another. The 4 people and 6 demons looked at Qin Yi and became friendly. Qin Yi used his strength to prove his worth. They then change their attitude and are willing to have a close relationship with him. I see. Qin Yi nodded. I didn't expect that our Haisha Yin sect would be ranked so high. I found a treasure. Qin Yi's eyes glowed, secretly surprised. Having a wide jurisdiction is a good thing. Then he can eat whatever he wants within this range. Moreover, it is backed by the big tree of the Reincarnation Hall. The powerful evil beings outside did not dare to do anything to him. For example, the Yin Death Python, even if this guy came to find him, he would not dare to do anything to him. Otherwise, the consequence would be to be targeted by the Reincarnation Hall. In the underworld, you don't have to think about the fate of any ghost that is targeted by the Palace of Reincarnation. Before you came, our Haisha Yin sect was ranked 10th. With a jurisdiction area of 20 million miles. A bald man snorted coldly. He is the subordinate of the sect master. Silver level Yin Shen, with a very high realm, the spiritual sea realm. The realm is divided into primary, intermediate and high levels, and above the high level is the spiritual sea realm. Qin Yi was shocked. Why did the ranking of Haisha Yin sect drop so much? Then he felt distressed. As the scope of jurisdiction shrinks, the scope of what he eats shrinks. Don't you feel bad? The sect leader has extraordinary talents and outstanding abilities, and he has raised the ranking of the Haisha Yin Shen sect to the 10th place. However, some guys had a grudge and deliberately suppressed me, so the ranking dropped to 20th place. The jurisdictional scope is shortened by half. Another silver level Yin god spoke coldly. They are really concerned about the narrowing of jurisdiction. After all, the jurisdiction becomes larger. Then they can obtain some special resources within the scope at will. This is also one of the main incomes of the Yinshan sect. The door owner shook his head and said calmly, "It's all over." After saying that, a smile appeared on her face. The situation is getting better now. At least our Haisha Yin Shen sect has another Yin Shen with amazing potential. Hearing this, the sect master's subordinates all had smiles on their lips, and looked at Qinyi with expectations in their eyes. Haisha Yin Shenman, one is prosperous and all are prosperous, one is destitute and all are devastated. After Qinyi joined, there was one more Yin Shen performing the mission. The more tasks you do, the better your performance will be. Once the performance improves, more resources will be distributed from above. As soon as the performance improves, the ranking of Haisha Yin Shen sect will improve. As the ranking increases, the scope of jurisdiction will increase. As the scope of jurisdiction increases, the resources that can be obtained within the scope of jurisdiction will also increase. Correspondingly, the number of tasks will also increase. This is a virtuous cycle. Qinyi followed up after listening to the explanations from his colleagues. I also understand these principles. Mission. I have to do a mission. The magnificent Black Evil God sect. Qinyi said seriously, his expression very serious. He is not interested in any achievements or resources handed down from above. The resources distributed were not enough for him to eat a few mouthfuls. The main thing is that after the Haisha Yin Shen sect's ranking increases, its jurisdiction will become wider. By then, he will be able to eat more. That's the most important thing. Yin Shui went out with you. His mood has changed and there are signs of a breakthrough. She asked for leave from me before and needs to be in seclusion for a long time, so next, you have to perform the task alone. The door owner smiled lightly, which was one of the reasons why she was happy today. The more she looked at this turtle, the more she liked it. It is simply the good luck fruit of the Black Evil Yin God sect. Not long after she arrived, she indirectly helped her subordinates and had a chance to make a breakthrough. It's okay, I'm used to being wild. Qinyi grinned. It was better to act alone. He had the final say on what to eat. This is the first time you have performed a mission alone. You have done your best to complete it while saving your life. The sect master nodded and looked forward to Qinyi. Qinyi understood. It's my first time working in a company. Don't show off your unique skills to leave a good impression on the leaders. Master, where can I receive the mission? Qinyi said seriously. Follow me, you all disperse, and those who should perform the task will perform the task. The sect master dismissed his men and took Qinyi back to the main hall. But she did not enter the main hall, but walked towards a gray stone tablet standing next to it. The gray stone tablet is 1 meter high, half a meter wide, and has many pits, as if it was dug from something. These are the fragments on the Reincarnation monument. It is connected to the order of the Underworld and can always pay attention to the order of the Underworld. Once something violates the order of the Underworld occurs, it will be recorded in it. While explaining, the sect leader asked Qinyi to come over and touch the gray stone tablet. Qinyi hesitated. Don't worry, after you come into contact with it, you will get a lot of information that violates the order of the Underworld. This information is divided into levels, and the fragments of the Reincarnation monument will be selectively intercepted by you based on your strength. Once you intercept the information will be turned into a mission reincarnation order. You can carry out the mission if you hold the mission reincarnation order. The door owner smiled lightly. I see. Qinyi nodded thoughtfully. My heart was slightly shocked. The fragments of the reincarnation steel are connected to the order of the Underworld. He accepted the mission here at the Reincarnation Monument. Isn't it just to replace the order of the Underworld and walk in the Underworld? Really high quality. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, stretched out his claws, and touched the fragments of the Reincarnation Monument. Next moment, Qinyi only felt waves of ancient and vast coercion coming from the fragments of the Reincarnation Monument. Fortunately, the pressure was gentle and he was not injured. Immediately afterwards, thousands of dense messages poured into his mind. Qinyi just took a glance and understood what the information was. They are all information that violates the order of the Underworld. He locked onto one of the pieces of information with his mind. Suddenly, the information emerged from the Reincarnation Monument and turned into a copper token. Bronze level Reincarnation Order. Qinyi opened his eyes wide and was very excited. finally can do the task. The door owner next to him looked at Qin Yi with a smile on his face. At this moment, Qin Yi intercepted a bronze-level reincarnation order again. She nodded with satisfaction. Just do this task first. Qin Yi was moved in his heart. It's hard to go out alone. If you want to do it, do more. Thinking of this, Qin Yi continued to intercept the information from the fragments of the reincarnation monument. He intercepted a total of 120 messages. Crash. 120 bronze-level reincarnation orders condensed from the reincarnation monument and then fell aside. Before she finished speaking, she saw the reincarnation monument spitting out bronze-level reincarnation orders. Her eyes widened. What is this thing going to do? Are you trying to defy heaven by creating so many bronze-level reincarnation orders? Enough. Enough. The door owner quickly stopped him. After you accept the bronze-level reincarnation order, you must complete the tasks in the reincarnation order. Once you fail 10 times, you will be deprived of your yin god status. You have received so many reincarnation orders, something will happen to you. The door owner was anxious and sweating on his forehead. This Qin Yi is too wild in what he does. The first time I went on a mission, there were so many missions. 120 bronze-level reincarnation orders require 120 missions. As long as 10 of these missions failed, Qin Yi's Yin Shen identity was gone. She didn't want to see this happen. Qin Yi has such good qualifications, she must focus on cultivating him. I don't know the situation either. That's all. Master, I will execute it slowly. Qin Yi sighed. The door owner was speechless and choked, and finally shook his head and said, "Be careful." She could feel from Qin Yi's eyes that Qin Yi was deceiving her. If you don't know the situation, that's all lying. It is clear that he intends to obtain a large number of reincarnation orders. It can only be said that Qin Yi is too conceited. Just because you have high qualifications and a fast growth rate does not mean that you are capable enough. It's okay to let you suffer a little. The door owner thought so and left. Qin Yi watched the door master leave and grinned. He stuffed the token into the turtle's shell. Then as soon as the turtle shell rolled, he left the Haisha Yin Gate and headed straight into the vast and chaotic land. Bronze level mission. Cover the soul-eating ancient forest. Task content. Creatures from the Yang world communicate with the Yin and Yang worlds and steal the resources of the Underworld, the soul-eating ancient forest, which violates the law of non-interference between the Yin and Yang worlds and is not tolerated by the Underworld. This hidden danger needs to be cut off immediately. On the way to perform a mission, Qin Yi decided to start with the above task first. He had previously mastered the reincarnation chasing evil technique taught to him by Yin Shui. Use this technique to activate the reincarnation order. His eyes were covered with layers of mysterious yellow light. At the same time, the target location of the task is also obtained in the mind. Go this way. Qin Yi scrolled very fast, and he was very excited. He took on so many tasks with consideration. Tasks are related to resources. It just so happens that I eat the right amount of food while doing the task. Best of both worlds. After an hour, Qin Yi arrived at his destination. The soul-eating ancient forest is very lush within a kilometer range. Growing in a wasteland, the surrounding area is bare, but there is a dense ancient forest growing there. When Qin Yi saw this ancient forest, he thought of the yin-devouring tree forest that he had eaten. Handsome rice. He stepped forward and activated his skill, Shock Wave. Stomp your feet. With a bang, the ground cracked. Wave after wave of shock waves spread from the soles of the feet, impacting towards the soul-eating ancient forest. Suddenly, the ground collapsed and the ancient forest broke apart. Upon seeing this, Qin Yi rolled his turtle shell and rushed towards the broken ancient forest. These guys were also aggressive. When they saw Qin Yi, they started to swing branches and beat Qin Yi. In this regard, Qin Yi still said the same thing. You hit yours, I'll get out of mine. Click click click. Pieces of woods were crushed. Not a moment, the entire soul-eating ancient forest was crushed. Seeing this, Qin Yi swallowed his saliva, and then opened his mouth wide. At the same time, activate the skill, Greedy Mouth. Waves of huge suction force appeared from the mouth. The shattered soul-eating ancient forest and the surrounding soil and land were all sucked into his mouth. Less than a moment, Qin Yi swallowed it all. The intermediate 4th and 5th level soul-eating ancient forest has increased my evolution value by about 1,000 points. Good. Qin Yi nodded. Boss, the reincarnation order that destroyed the soul-eating ancient forest has disappeared. Suddenly, Xiaobai inside his turtle shell exclaimed. The disappearance means the mission is completed. Give me another reincarnation token. By the way, the smell has to be released all the time. If you sense danger, tell me in advance. Qin Yi smiled. Yes, Xiaobai said. The black evil yin god gate. Although the sect leader was a little angry at Qin Yi's conceited behavior. But after all, he was still worried about Qin Yi's safety, so he called 2 of his subordinates. Go and watch Qin Yi and try not to let him fail in his mission. The door owner sighed. I really didn't expect that Qin Yi was so confident that he received more than 100 yuan of reincarnation orders for his first mission. Zhou Ming, a bald man, high level 9th level, bronze level Yin Shen, is one of the disciples of the sect master. He shook his head. Usually when he went out on missions, he wouldn't dare to be so bold and receive so many reincarnation orders. Helping Qin Yi perform tasks, the performance cannot be attributed to us. Forget it, this guy has great potential and will help me and others when he grows up in the future. Red Snake, 100 meters away, thick as a bucket, red all over, high level 9th level, bronze level Yin Shen, is also one of the sect master's subordinates. He sighed and rushed to Qin Yi's location with Zhou Ming. As a veteran Yin god, he has a way to find Qin Yi. However, when they found Qin Yi and explained their intention, but was shocked. What did you say? You completed 10 tasks in half a day. On a low mountain, Zhou Ming stared at Qin Yi with wide eyes and disbelief. How was it done so quickly? Red Snake said in shock. Don't worry, I can do it myself. You can go back. Qin Yi was having a great time eating when he suddenly saw a colleague coming. He felt helpless and said depressedly. Okay. Zhou Ming and Kai Shi suppressed their shock and were doubtful, but still went back. How to complete 10 tasks in half a day? The sect leader was also shocked when he received the reports from Zhou Ming and Kai Shi. Immediately, she stopped talking and looked at the dim sky in trance. Then he smiled lightly. It seems that I underestimated him. The door owner looked at the sky and imagined it. A dark horse is about to rise in her black evil sect. You two, please report Qin Yi's situation to me at any time. If he is in danger, he must be rescued. The door owner said in a deep voice. Zhou Ming and Kai Shi looked at each other and realized that the sect leader valued Qin Yi very much. It seems that we need to establish a good relationship with brother Qin Yi. After thinking about it, the two of them agreed to the sect master's instructions. And then the next few days, they wandered outside, paying attention to Qin Yi's movements. And the more they paid attention, the more shocked they became. This guy's path is too wild. This mission should be a cover-up type, right? He just swallowed up a forest. Swallowing it clean is equivalent to covering it up completely. It's really outrageous. He's sucked up a whole lake. Run quickly, don't look away, the beast tide is coming. What happened? Qin Yi detonated it. Zhou Ming and Kai Shi were frightened. This guy was so cruel, not even a blade of grass grew in his path. But also pleasantly surprised. There is such a wild way to kill the god. The performance of their Haisha Yin Shen sect should not continue to rise. Go back and report to the sect master. They suppressed their excitement and returned to Haisha Yin Gate. After the sect owner received the news, he smiled again and became more optimistic about Qin Yi. Continue to observe. The main thing is to protect Qin Yi's safety. 2 days later, Zhou Ming and Kai Shi came back from outside excitedly. How? The door owner asked. Her recent interest was in Qin Yi. When I saw them coming back, I couldn't help but ask questions. Including the day before, he completed more than 50 tasks in a total of 3 days. No mission is a failure. Zhou Ming smiled. What a fast efficiency. The main character of the door. At this time, the red snake next to Zhou Ming was hesitant. Is there a problem? Seeing Red Snake's appearance, the sect master suppressed his excitement and asked. This guy is so good at eating. He has eaten a lot of some precious resources within our jurisdiction. Red Snake is cautious in what she says and does, fearing to offend the sect leader. The door owner was really angry. She frowned and said, the Haisha Yin Shen sect governs an area of 10 million miles, and there is still a need for him to eat. Qin Yi had told her before. As long as she is given to someone who stutters, she will never leave her and follow her to the great Yin Shenman. Take a look. Qin Yi is so simple. I just want to eat. Not satisfied with this. What's wrong with this? The more the door owner thought about it, the angrier he became, and in the end, his face became even more gloomy. He has done too many tasks, which is beneficial to our Haisha Yin sect. You can also benefit from it. Now that you see him taking a few bites, you don't want to do it anymore. The door owner said with a gloomy face and a cold tone. Red Snake shrank his neck and did not dare to say more. After all, the Haisha Yin sect governs an area of 10 million miles, and the precious resources within it belong to everyone. Brother Red Snake also considers this from the overall situation and has no other thoughts. Zhou Ming quickly interceded for Red Snake. It's just that he didn't say it was okay, but when he mentioned the sect master, he became even more angry. You still insist on this, right? How big can his appetite be? A 30-meter tall giant tortoise cannot be accommodated within a jurisdiction of 10 million, right? The door owner's face was as gloomy as water, and his tone was filled with suppressed anger. Zhou Ming hit a wall and didn't dare to say anything more. Don't talk about this again in the future. Especially don't say it in front of Qin Yi, don't let him feel cold. The door owner snorted coldly and walked away. The other side. The fish in this lake are so delicious. Qin Yi was active in the wilderness. When he passed a lake, he would stop and open his mouth to devour it. Rumble. The lake water turned into a tornado and was swallowed up by him. Even the fish and shrimps in the lake could not escape his big mouth, and they all went into his stomach. The evolution value has increased again. Wait until you finish swallowing. He rolled his turtle shell and rushed to the next mission location. But on the way, I saw a big mountain covered with ancient trees, so I stopped again, grabbed a big tree and gnawed on it. Evolution value plus 0.00000001. Bah, even the dogs won't eat it. Qin Yi turned around and left without any hesitation. He was still very conscious and didn't eat anything he saw. You really eat whatever you see. Then he wouldn't want to hang out in the underworld. Therefore, for some ordinary vaginal objects of lower value, he won't eat at all. If you want to eat, eat something of high value. Qin Zhe said. Then he looked up. Look into the distance. Pity. Although the scope of the Haisha Yin Shenman's management is large, there are too few truly high-value yin objects. What he eats these days is basically middle-class vaginal food. There are also high-level vaginal objects, but there are too few. It's okay. I can take my time doing the tasks and look for them as I go. Qin Yi shook his head and quickly cheered up. Boss, on the way here, the smell I left behind was touched by a group of ghosts who came from nowhere. At this time, Xiaobai inside the turtle shell suddenly said in surprise. Oh, is it so? Qin Yi's eyes lit up. He turned around, rolled his turtle shell, and ran back. Those ghosts must be taken down. Boom. The turtle's shell rolled and he killed it. Within the 10 million miles jurisdiction of Haisha Yin Shenman, Qin Yi ran wildly. If you catch something that doesn't taste good, take a bite and leave. When I catch something delicious, I devour it all in one bite. As for the mission, that was just a matter of convenience. The sky is dark and the earth is dark, and the wind is howling. On the ground, a huge turtle shell was rolling. Boom. A giant turtle knocked out a huge gap in a hill more than 10 meters high. The giant turtle's speed did not slow down and it was still rushing forward. Rumble. There is an ancient forest ahead, a giant tree hundreds of meters high, as if it were towering into the sky. The turtle shell rolled forward, smashing all the giant trees into pieces along the way, and then crushed them back and forth. Wait for the giant tree to completely shatter. Qin Yi stuck his head out, opened his mouth and swallowed. The suction force surged out of the mouth and swallowed all the giant trees into its belly. A middle-class femininity, it's okay. After Qin Yi swallowed it, he rolled his turtle shell again and sailed into the distance. His speed is very fast, thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. A mere 10 million miles can be rolled from the far west to the far east in 4 or 5 hours. Along the way, whenever he encountered something with high nutritional value, Qin Yi would devour it without mercy. Flowers, trees, lakes, shadowy things. As long as the nutrition is high. Qinyi didn't let them go. Chi chi chi. There are herds of demonic beasts running around on the earth. Qinyi rolled them all and crushed them all to death. Immediately he opened his huge mouth and swallowed them all. Boss, there are many wolves on the right. Xiaobai issued a reminder that her scent played a big role. It's the wolf again. Qinyi licked his lips, rolled his turtle shell, and rushed over. After a while, he swallowed it all, and then continued to travel far to find food. Hey, this big river is nice, but I don't know where it leads. There are so many fat fish in there. How dare you provoke me? Qinyi passed by a lake thousands of meters long and wide, in which a big fish swung its tail and splashed water on his face. He was furious, opened his mouth and started sucking towards the river. Fish, shrimps, crabs, aquatic plants, shells, and mud were all devoured by him. Qinyi drank it for a whole day and night before swallowing it all. Check the evolution value. The 180,000 evolution points are finally full. Qinyi grinned. It's not easy. He has been away on missions ever since. It's been half a month. Within a range of 10 million miles. He has been active in the West. He did not let go of any mid-level or high-level femininity objects or rare treasures. Swallowed them all. Of course, he didn't eat elementary or ordinary vaginal objects. After eating these things, the evolution value given is small. There is no need to go all out. As for some high-level 9th-level vaginal objects, he didn't eat them either. Mainly because I can't afford it. In short, about half a month. He has accumulated enough evolution points. Start evolving. Qinyi went underground, opened the evolution panel, and the evolution prompt pop-up box appeared. Whether to choose. Yes. Under evolution. ... During this evolution, the size increased from 35 meters to 40 meters. Because the food he eats is relatively complex and low in nutrients, his appearance has not changed much. There is still a black texture covering the whole body. The silence, despair, and apocalyptic atmosphere remain unabated. ... Qinyi opened the evolution panel and took a look. Race. Abyss bone turtle. Realm. Advanced 4th stage. Skills. Sprint, bite, perception, grass shield, rolling, shock wave, bone spur, greedy mouth, ground spur, super acceleration, forced turn, camouflage, extreme yin war cry, white beam impact, heavy attack. Talents. Color change, shock, rage. Evolution value. 210,000. ... From the high-level 3rd level, break through to the high-level 4th level. The new skill is heavy hit. The next evolution requires 210,000 evolution points. Qinyi twitched the corner of his mouth, then shook off his distracting thoughts and began to use his new skill to hit hard. Heavy attack. Concentrate the whole body's strength into one point, thereby erupting with unimaginable destructive power. The gathering point of the whole body's strength can be controlled by me. It can be condensed on the turtle shell, or it can be condensed on the limbs or even the tail. Qinyi smiled excitedly. This is a good explosive single-target attack skill. Next, he calculated his level of strength. At the advanced 3rd level, the speed is comparable to that of the advanced 9th level. Now at the high-level 4th level, the speed can be invincible at the high-level 9th level. The strength of the high-level 3rd level players is not inferior to that of the high-level 8th level players, and they can barely compete with the high-level 8th level players. The current high-level 4th Dan is stronger than the high-level 8th Dan, and can barely compete with the high-level 9th Dan. The above is what he inferred based on the performance of past realms as a reference. Qinyi smiled broadly and nodded with satisfaction. Call out. The turtle shell rolled again. His speed is faster than high-level 9th Dan. Boss, where are you going to eat next? Inside the turtle shell, Xiaobai asked. It's better to eat in the west, and then go to other areas to eat after you're done. Qinyi grinned. He discovered it these days. Within the jurisdiction of Haisha Yin Shenmen, there are very few high-level yin objects, and there are simply no yin objects in the Spirit Sea realm. For him now, there is almost no threat to his existence in this jurisdiction. Boo-hoo-hoo. Turtle shells wreak havoc between heaven and earth. In the entire western area, everything has nutritional value. They were all swallowed up by him. 2 days later. Zhou Ming and Kai Snake returned to the Black Evil God Gate as always. According to the order of the sect leader, they must always pay attention to Qin Yi's movements to prevent him from falling into crisis. Came back. The sect master sat cross-legged in the main hall with his back to the two of them and opened his mouth. Well, Qin Yi is not in danger, and 50 more tasks have been completed. Zhou Ming whispered. Roughly estimated, he has completed 104 of the 120 tasks he received. Red Snake also whispered back. The door owner nodded and hummed casually. The door master. At this time, Red Snake hesitated and spoke. The door owner turned his head, looked at Red Snake and said, "What's the matter?" Red Snake struggled for a while, and finally said cruelly, "It's Qin Yi who ate too much. We saw with our own eyes that this guy." "You still mentioned this to me." The sect master directly interrupted Kai Shi's words, his face extremely gloomy. "No, sect master, Qin Yi." Zhou Ming couldn't hold it in any longer and wanted to speak. "If you don't want to stay in Haisha Yin Shenmen, I can make the decision." The door owner said coldly. Zhou Ming and Kai Snake shuddered, then looked at each other, bowed, and slowly retreated. A month passed. A jurisdictional area of 10 million miles west. I'm going to eat. Qin Yi opened his mouth and swallowed a large piece of wild medicinal herbs he had just discovered. 3 hours later. I'm so dazzling. Qin Yi opened his mouth again and swallowed the piece of vegetation he had just discovered that contained rich yin energy. 5 hours later. I'm starting to eat. Qin Yi opened his mouth again and swallowed the rare and exotic grass he had just discovered hidden in a huge canyon. Gradually, all the valuable and nutritious yin matter in the entire west area. All swallowed up by him. Qin Yi burped and grinned. The evolution value is full again. A month and a half passed. The sect master's thoughts have already moved to other places. On this day, she returned from a gold-level mission. When he found Zhou Ming and Kai Shi squatting in the corner, he casually asked, "How is Qin Yi?" "All tasks have been completed, but I haven't come back yet." Zhou Ming clenched his fists and said with a dark face. Red Snake remained silent and closed his eyes, as if he had accepted his fate. Seeing this, the door owner frowned and said, "Something happened." "Yes." Zhou Ming gritted his teeth and said, "What happened to Qin Yi?" The door owner was shocked and said in a deep voice, "Nothing happened in Qinye, but something happened in the area under our jurisdiction." Zhou Ming said in a muffled voice. "Elaborate." The door owner's brows relaxed, and then he spoke calmly. "Within the jurisdiction, in the west area, all the negative things at the middle level and above, including flowers, plants, trees, medicinal fields, and rare treasures, were all eaten by Qin Yi." Red Snake added. When the sect master heard this, he frowned and said, "The area to the west is so wide." He didn't eat the lower-level vaginal objects. He only picked the good ones to start with, so he ate them very quickly. Zhou Ming said helplessly with a dark face again. The door owner remained silent, his brows furrowed and then relaxed. Finally, when she saw that her subordinates were unhappy, they seemed to blame her. Then he relaxed and said calmly, "It's okay, it's just the west area. He can't eat much as a turtle. He will come back after a while when he is full." Zhou Ming and Kai Shi were very angry. They had reached this level, but they still wanted to indulge that turtle. The sect master glanced at the two of them and said calmly, "You may not know that our ranking has risen again. The Haisha Yin Shen sect has been promoted from the 20th to the 19th. The reason is because Qin Yi completed 120 missions at once." Zhou Ming and Red Snake were stunned. They know very well what it means to rise in the rankings. This means that more resources will be distributed to them. It means there will be a larger jurisdiction. These resources may be different from those wild treasures within the jurisdiction, but resources that can be beneficial to their cultivation. Congratulations to the master. Zhou Ming's depression disappeared and he smiled lightly. Congratulations, master. Red Snake also spoke, with joy in his eyes. Since Qin Yi has completed the mission, you two let him come back. Even if you have to look for food outside, you have to take the mission before eating. After the door owner finished speaking, he left. Qin Yi on the other side, after accumulating enough evolution points. Start evolving immediately. Because among the various yin things he eats, there are more spiritual grasses. Therefore, this time of evolution, there are also many changes in appearance. The first is the size, which increased from 40 meters to 45 meters. The head resembles a turtle or a crocodile, like a demon from hell. It is still almost the same as before, unchanged. There is still a sense of domineering and cruel déjà vu. The black stratum corneum covering the skin all over the body becomes thicker, darker and thicker. The gray bones seemed to have emerged from under the skin, entwined, intertwined, and clustered around the head, limbs, and tail. They had a texture like tree roots, carrying a sense of simplicity, depth, and death. On the black turtle shell, among the moss and tree-like textures, there are many dark ghost grasses, like flowers of the underworld, which are breathtaking. This is the evolved giant tortoise, the abyss tortoise. Race: abyss turtle. Realm: high level 5. Skills: sprint, bite, perception, grass shield, rolling, shock wave, bone spur, greedy mouth, ground spur, super acceleration, forced steering, camouflage, extreme yin war cry, white beam impact, heavy attack, suction. Talents: color change, shock, rage. Evolution value: 240,000. Evolution completed. The realm has been upgraded from the 4th stage of high level to the 5th stage of high level. Acquire a new skill, suction power. Qin Yi smiled excitedly. He immediately used the skill. After this skill is activated, the turtle shell will generate huge suction, pulling all surrounding materials towards the turtle shell. This ability is also scope-based, but it's just a control type. Qin Yi's eyes lit up. This was a magical skill for group battles. Call out. Qin Yi rolled the turtle shell and drove into the distance. We'll talk about magical skills and stuff later. Now, we still have to eat, and focus on evolution. However, just as he was about to go to the northern area and show off, he was stopped by Zhou Ming and Red Snake. The sect master said that even if you want to wander outside, you have to complete the mission again. They said helplessly, and at the same time they were secretly shocked that Qin Yi had become stronger again. Ahem, okay. Qin Yi was surprisingly cooperative, mainly because he felt a little guilty thinking that he had finished showing off the west area. He returned very quickly, inexplicably not wanting to see the door owner. So as soon as I got back, I ran to the fragment of the Reincarnation stele next to the main hall. The claws touched the Reincarnation monument. A large amount of information that violated the order of the underworld poured out from the fragments of the Reincarnation monument. Qin Yi intercepted them one by one. This time, he intercepted more than 500 bronze-level tasks. With a bang, he stuffed more than 500 bronze-level reincarnation orders into the turtle shell. He is large, with a body size of about 45 meters, and it is easy to stuff this small thing into him. Gone. Qin Yi said hello casually, then rolled his turtle shell and left the Hai Yin gate. When passing by other colleagues, he was even praised. Qin Yi is so diligent. Indeed, fortunately Qin Yi is a member of our Black Evil God sect. With him here, our Hai Yin sect will rise sooner or later. 1 day later, Qin Yi sprinted with all his strength and arrived at the northern area. Wilderness, mountains, and lakes are everywhere here. All kinds of negative things, whether plants or animals, are scattered throughout. I am coming, Qin Yi shouted excitedly. His shell rolled, and he killed him. He was already at the 5th level, and once his violent talent was activated, he became invincible at the 9th level. Therefore, he has no opponents in this northern area. Even when faced with high-level 9th level demons, he can easily suppress them. I'm going to eat. A big river was opened by Qin Yi with a huge mouth, eating from the lower reaches to the upper reaches, and from the upper reaches to the source. I'm so dazzling. Hundreds of thousands of rats were detonated by Qin Yi from the mountain. His shells rolled, and he opened his mouth to swallow them. Delicious, love it. Qin Yi grinned. Wait until you finish eating. He turned his turtle shell again, accelerated to 100 meters in 0.1 seconds, and rushed towards the distant horizon. Boom! There was another loud noise. The evil things in the distance don't matter whether they are bull demons, wolf demons, or giant beasts. There is no way to escape Qin Yi's big mouth. Because of the northern area, there are many highly nutritious yin substances. In just 10 days, Qinyi showed off his full evolution value. 240,000 evolution points, full. It's time to evolve. Would you choose to evolve? Yes, evolving. Qinyi's food is very mixed, whether in the west or north, the food is the same. Therefore, during this evolution, the appearance has not changed much. His body size has improved, from 45 meters to 50 meters. Qinyi glanced at the evolution panel. As follows. Race. Abyss Turtle. Realm. 6th stage of advanced level. Skills. Sprint, Bite, Perception, Grass Shield, Rolling, Shock Wave, Bone Spur, Greedy Mouth, Ground Spur, Super Acceleration, Forced Turn, Camouflage, Extreme Yin War Cry, White Beam Impact, Heavy Attack, Suction, Focus Defense. Talents. Color Change, Shock, Rage. Evolution Value. 270,000. Advanced Level 6. I also gained a new skill, focusing on defense. Qinyi smiled and said, during this period of time, he was showing off everywhere, even evolving so fast, it was so exciting. He immediately used the new skill and understood the function of this new skill. Similar to a heavy hit. Concentrate all your strength into one point. And the defense power of this point will be completely maxed out. Single target defense skills. Qinyi had a smile in his eyes and nodded frequently. Call out. The turtle shell spun in place, then rolled towards the ground in front of it, and soon disappeared into the horizon. Tasks and meals go together. Qinyi whined, and the turtle shell rolled across the sky and the earth. 1 month later, Qinyi burped and walked out of the north area. When he walked, he was swaying, and it was obvious that he was exhausted. Behind him, there was a land that had been stripped of its skin and turned into barren mountains. 270,000 evolution points are full again. Qinyi took out a breath and grinned. The Black Evil Yin God Gate. Zhou Ming and Kai Shi returned to this place in a panic and met the sect master. What's wrong? The sect master practices in the main hall. When he heard the noise, he turned around to look. When he saw it was Zhou Ming and Kai Shi, he took the initiative to ask. The north area was also eaten by him, leaving only some low-value items uneaten. There used to be 5 or 6 places where rare treasures continued to grow, but now they are all gone. Zhou Ming and Kai Shi's faces turned black and they gritted their teeth in distress. The door owner frowned, thought for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "Let him eat as he pleases." "Ah, do you really want to let him eat it?" Zhou Ming said in disbelief. It was difficult for Red Snake to accept this fact. The door owner curled up his lips and snorted, "The resources outside are very average. Even if you can continue to grow rare treasures, it will take decades to mature and be eaten by others." She then smiled faintly. "Qinyi, this guy is quite good. He didn't forget to complete the tasks. In just a month or so, he completed 300 bronze level tasks." When Zhou Ming and Kai Shi heard this, their eyes widened in disbelief. "If we do this, it will take a year and a half to complete 300 bronze level tasks. He is too brutal in what he does, but he is also very efficient. He can complete our performance of 1.5 years in about a month." They were both shocked and surprised. The ranking of our Black Evil God sect has been promoted to 15th. After a while, the resources from above will be distributed. They are all dozens of times better than wild resources outside. So, let him eat as he pleases, even if he eats all the evil things within 10 million miles, it will be fine. The sect leader smiled coldly and arrogantly, as if he had a winning ticket. She has already tasted the benefits. Qinyi is so awesome. Continuously completing tasks, and relying on his own strength, he pulled the ranking of Haisha Yin Shen sect to 15th. If this continues, as long as Qinyi is given time, it will not be difficult to return to the peak of 10th place, no, even to hit the top 5. Think about it. Zhou Ming analyzed the pros and cons and finally agreed with the sect leader's words. Qinyi can just use the resources from outside and don't care. As long as Qinyi does the task well, they can also get the benefits of ranking improvement. Then Master, should we still pay attention to Qinyi? Red Snake also relaxed, with a smile on his lips, and asked the door owner. No need. The sect leader already knows that Qinyi has become stronger and has the ability to protect himself, so there is no need to observe Qinyi anymore. Yes, Zhou Ming and Kai Shi said in unison. Race. Abyss Turtle. Realm. Advanced 7th stage. Skills. Sprint, Bite, Super Perception, Grass Shield, Rolling, Shock Wave, Bone Spur, Greedy Mouth, Ground Spur, Super Acceleration, Forced Turn, Camouflage, Extreme Yin War Cry, White Beam Impact, Heavy Attack, Suction, Focus on Defense. Talents. Color Change, Shock, Rage. Evolution Value. 300,000. Under a huge mountain, Qinyi lay there, checking the evolution panel. He evolved again. Since they all eat the same food, there is no change in appearance. But the size increased from 50 meters to 55 meters. The realm has also been upgraded from high-level 6th level to high-level 7th level. New skills have not been acquired, but an old skill has mutated. Originally a perception skill, it mutated. Become a super perception skill. Buzz. Qinyi has deep eyes and activates this skill. In an instant, everything within a radius of 5,000 meters could not escape his perception. I can deal with danger more easily. Hey, within the range of perception, another batch of ghosts passed by. Qinyi's eyes narrowed, and then he rolled the turtle's shell and killed him. I'm going to eat a lot and start. Another month has passed. Qinyi completely showed off the northern area and went straight to the eastern area. Of course, the task is not forgotten. For him now, performing bronze-level tasks is as simple as drinking water and eating. Eat another part and you will be able to accumulate enough evolution points. Qinyi rolled his turtle shell and rushed to the east area, looking forward to his next evolution. The Haisha Yin Shenman was celebrating with great joy. Qinyi is so awesome. All 500 tasks were completed within 2 months. What a terrifying speed. It won't be long before the ranking of our Black Evil God sect will be improved again. Do you really not care about Qinyi? He is about to finish eating within his jurisdiction. Don't worry about it, just give him the external resources, and we can just enjoy the benefits of ranking. Except for Yin Shui, who was still in seclusion, the other 4 people and 6 demons were extremely excited. The door owner was in the main hall and smiled lightly when he heard the sound coming from outside. This is indeed a good thing. If nothing unexpected happens, within half a year, the ranking of our Black Evil God sect will be promoted to 7th place. The door owner's mouth curled up. Before Qinyi came, the best record of Haisha Yin Shenman was only 10th place. But now, she is sure that as long as Qinyi works harder and reaches 7th place, it will be easy. After Qinyi finished eating the north side, he wanted to go to the east area to continue eating. But then I thought about it, and realized that he had already completed more than 500 tasks. Now that I have no mission, I have been wandering outside. Sooner or later, I will be called back by the door owner. It's better to go back directly, complete the mission again, and then come out. Thinking of this, Qinyi turned around, rolled his turtle shell, and headed straight for the Black Evil God Gate. As soon as he returned, he felt the warm welcome from his colleagues. Qinyi, you have completed all of the more than 500 tasks, what a genius. Did you know that you have done too many tasks and raised the ranking of our Haisha Yin sect from the 20th to the 15th? The Black Evil Yin God sect will definitely rise because of you. The sect leader is very optimistic about you. Yes, the sect leader also said that with your current efficiency in completing tasks, within half a year our Haisha Yin Shen Keeper will hit the 7th place. Yin Shui was still in seclusion. The remaining colleagues, 4 people and 6 demons, happened to be at the Black Evil Yin God Gate. After seeing Qinyi, they all surrounded Qinyi with enthusiasm. Qinyi originally felt guilty. After all, he had eaten so much outside that he almost peeled off a layer of skin within his jurisdiction. Now that he heard everyone was so enthusiastic about him, he gradually gained confidence. I came back this time to receive the mission. Everyone thinks highly of me, and I will not disappoint everyone's expectations. I will definitely continue to work hard. Qinyi grinned. Next, he returned to the fragments of the Reincarnation stele next to the main hall. Raise your paw to touch the fragment of the Reincarnation tablet. Next moment, A large amount of information that violated the order of the Underworld poured out from the fragments of the Reincarnation monument. Qin Yi skillfully intercepted them one by one. But soon, he felt a little confused. Why are there fewer tasks? Qin Yi raised his eyebrows. He found that this time the fragments of the Reincarnation tablet fed back to him less information that violated the order of the Underworld than before. He made a rough estimate and found that the information fed back to him so far was only over 600. And that's all. Forget it, just intercept it all. Without thinking, Qin Yi intercepted all the remaining 600 messages. Crash. More than 600 bronze-level reincarnation orders evolved from the fragments of the reincarnation steel and were piled into a small hill. Qin Yi stuffed it all into the turtle shell, turned around and left. But when he turned around, he saw the door owner standing behind him with a smile in his eyes. Came back. The door owner put his hands behind his back and smiled lightly. Well, come back this time and pick up some more tasks. Qin Yi said seriously, showing the serious attitude that employees should have towards their work. Don't worry and do the task. As long as you think you can complete it, you can do as much or as little as you like. We at the Haisha Yin sect have great confidence in you, so just go ahead and do it. The door owner smiled lightly. Let go and do it. Qin Yi raised his eyebrows, and joy suddenly welled up in his heart. He heard what the door owner meant. That's just messing around. The premise is to complete the task. I eat so much within the jurisdiction, there is no way the sect owner doesn't know. Then what she means is that as long as I finish my task, she won't care how I eat. Qin Zhe thought about this and became even more excited. Yes, Master, I promise to complete the mission. After Qin Yi said a word, he rolled his turtle shell and walked away with a rumble. Woohoo! Qin Yi ran wildly across the land, opening his heart and no longer having any scruples. 3 or 4 hours later, he came to the eastern area within the jurisdiction. Looking at the flowers, grass, mountains and rivers in the east area, Qin Yi swallowed his saliva and dove in. Began to eat. I'm so dazzling, dazzling, dazzling. Mountains were smashed into pieces by his turtle shell, and then he opened his mouth to swallow them. He drank from the big rivers from the downstream to the source. Pieces of land, patches of forest, and many shadowy things that live here. All were swallowed up by Qin Yi. Anyway, the sect owner has told him to let him go and do whatever he wants. He no longer had any scruples. The eastern area occupies a quarter of the jurisdictional area of 10 million miles. At this time, the topography of this vast eastern area. It is being transformed at a speed visible to the naked eye. As for the mission, that's right, the mission must be done. Just after eating a large mountain and the monkey-like fetus inside, Qin Yi suddenly remembered that the business had not been done yet. This is an important matter. His ability to be valued by the Black Evil God sect is inseparable from his efficient execution of tasks. However, just when he stopped talking and was about to pour out the reincarnation order stuffed into the turtle shell, Xiaobai's voice came out. Boss, many reincarnation orders have disappeared. Xiaobai said that she had been in Qin Yi's turtle shell and could observe the changes in the reincarnation order next to her. When the order of reincarnation disappears, the mission is completed. Hearing this, Qin Yi had a look of surprise in his eyes. He hasn't carried out his mission yet, so how could the order of reincarnation disappear? You ate so hard that you indirectly completed the mission in the reincarnation order. Xiaobai chuckled and said, she thought the boss knew. Qin Yi suddenly realized, that's true. The mission locations in the reincarnation order are basically within the range of 10 million miles. And it basically has something to do with communicating between the yin and yang worlds. For example, covering certain resources to prevent them from being stolen by creatures in the world. And within this range, he ate a lot. You may have swallowed up a certain resource unintentionally and completely covered up this resource. This also makes it impossible for creatures in the world to steal any more. After all, the resources are gone, and the creatures in the world still steal it. Then the task will naturally be completed. It's also like killing a certain yin creature that communicates with the yang world. In the process of feasting, Qin Yi may have inadvertently devoured this vaginal object, which was regarded as completing his mission. Thinking of this, he got excited. Then I'll feel more at ease. Just eat. Qin Yi grinned. It's even better now. There is no need to take the initiative to do the tasks. As long as he shows off his food like crazy. Rumble. The turtle shell rolled and sailed into the distance, raising a cloud of dust. Qinyi started a new round of food-seeking journey. I'm so dazzling, dazzling, dazzling. I'm going to eat, 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 eat. I'm so swallowing. Delicious, love it. 10 days later. East area. In a wasteland that seemed to have been skinned. Qinyi lay there and burped, with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. After eating it for so long, I have accumulated enough evolution points. Open the evolution panel. Race. Abyss turtle. Realm. Advanced 7th stage. Skills. Sprint, bite, super perception, grass shield, rolling, shock wave, bone spur, greedy mouth, ground spur, super acceleration, forced turn, camouflage, extreme yin war cry, white beam impact, heavy attack, suction, focus on defense. Talents. Color change, shock, rage. Evolution value. 300,000 300,000. Would you choose to evolve? Qinyi chose yes. Evolving. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.